So I owe you an explanation for the time that I'm starting. Um, it's obviously the holiday, the Easter break. Um, my usual rule is that I want to take Canadian holidays off because what I do tend to find is I'm very bad at identifying burnout. What time do you call this? Hey, hold up. I call this very late time. It was actually really funny. I saw you. I saw you reply to the tweet when right when I was getting ready to start. So I'm actually going to spend a little time on this intro screen because I'd actually like to talk a little bit about how I started today, and this might be a time where some people would like to give some feedback on in this regard. So the actually, sorry, if you can just give me 1 second here, I'm going to wrap myself up in a blanket because it was raining when I started walking home. So, not that you need to know the full details of my walk home, but okay, the burnout thing. I do tend to find that it really creeps up on me. Actually, the very first time I realized this tendency was I most of you, I think, know that I worked in film for a while. And one of the things about, so like it's a union job. It's something that um, it's something that, generally when you associate like union, when you think of like a union, you're like, okay, well, you got it made, right? You've got good working conditions in that. But that's not actually true when it comes to at least the camera union, which is what I was a member of. You are still responsible for finding your own work. And so the usual routine is that you're going to be a trainee for a while, and then you're going to kind of go out on your own, but you're the one to decide when you want to move from being a trainee to usually a second. And the smart thing to do is to like train up and then take a few more shows as a trainee to establish yourself as a good worker and someone who like knows how to do the job. Because what you do is if you go to become the second as soon as you possibly can, there's absolutely no one who knows what you can do. In theory, the only people who are ever going to know of you are back when you were still making mistakes. And so there can be times where you still get work under those conditions, but that's usually when things are booming and they'll hire anyone. And those were actually my first job. Even before I was officially a trainee, my first jobs were as a non-union member on shows you would have heard of, because there was so much demand for that labor that they were able to pull anyone that they could find off the street. And then the union found about me and like kicked me off. But that led to a bit of a tricky situation for myself where I never really lost that ethic of like always looking for the next job. So I wound up working for years in film, always convinced that if I was not fresh in mind with people, that I would just sort of fall off the face of the world and I wouldn't find another gig. And then essentially what happened, there was a strike, and there was, hey, Valiant Cheese, sorry, I'm babbling on a little bit, but we will get into your Valiant Cheese has a very special connection with this particular stream. But I kind of need to explain why I'm late, but I also wanted to talk a little bit about I know in the case of in the case of Cheese. She's got, I guess, a sudden email or a sudden Discord message out of nowhere when I'd given like sort of a long view in terms of what my future plans might be, and then I totally shifted them around. So that's partly what I'm going to talk about here. But yeah, so basically what happened was I went from a situation where I was constantly working. I think I did a good enough job, in film, but it took the strike for me to sort of kind of have the bottom fall out and sort of realize how much I had sort of defined myself through that job. And I wound up actually feeling quite depressed after that, because like there's only so much time you can sort of like sit around the apartment doing nothing. And it's very much a case where I wanted to work, but there was quite literally nothing happening. And that was actually largely what sort of eventually motivated me to seek out other work and, eventually go to university and stuff like that. So the thing is that even knowing this fact about myself, I've never really been able to identify sort of the threshold, like where I've crossed over into a bad place. And the difficulty with that is, for a very long time, I would want to keep very, very regular in terms of the streaming hours. And I would continue to stream on holidays. And the problem is that holiday would then feel like work days. And then I would be wondering why I'm sort of so stressed out at work, or why I'm like feeling really like worn out. And that's ultimately led to me wanting to take the Canadian holidays off. The drawback here is that because I'm really bad at keeping track of Canadian holidays, I also don't telegraph appropriately when I'm going to take the day off. So for instance, today, I pretty much found out in my last 2 hours of work yesterday that there was no work today. And Monday, I'll see if I continue to do Stellaris or not. I'll maybe allow myself this as the warning. But yeah, even then, so like I clearly knew that today was a holiday, but I'm thinking I've got a full day ahead of me, and then I wind up, I sort of look at my watch. I'm walking around downtown, and I realize it's 7:00, and I need to get started on the stream. So I'm definitely, if you stream Monday, you're unsubbing. Oh man. I mean, I usually on those days, like I give myself the optional stream, and if I'm feeling up to it and it's something that, kind of gives me a little more energy, I'm willing to do it. But I will keep that in mind. I will keep that threat in mind, Olaf. So yes, I definitely want to turn on the chat integration. I know I need a second to like turn it on. And I do apologize for those of you who are specifically coming here for Hand of Fate 2. I will get to it, but I needed a little bit to just kind of get myself, started up, because this is also a convenient chance for me to sort of get a little bit of a litmus test. So I've got a list of stuff that I want to do, and there's like the major projects that I've wanted to have, and then there is the sort of, I've got some things that I've wanted to play for a bit, there's sort of targets of opportunity. And when I got home, I actually was sitting down looking at my library and very much running into the what do I want to play problem, which is weird because I've got an actual list, like one on a whiteboard and then one on a file on my computer to solve this specific problem. And I was still running into that problem because one of the drawbacks I'm running into now is like, do I make this just a regular Friday thing? Do I make it a free Friday? And I was originally going to do a whole bunch of different games and maybe get people's opinion on that. But then it's like, well, that, the people who are going to show up and watch for, subject A are probably not going to like it, me switching to, option B and such. So I kind of put my foot down and decided Hand of Fate 2 is something I've been wanting to play for a while. I loved the first game, and I actually did a little bit of the first game on stream, but I've been saving up Hand of Fate 2 to specifically do it on stream for so long. And this was it. I will say I am open to other suggestions for Friday games, not in the sense that I want to play Hand of Fate 2 otherwise, but to try and clear out some of the, some other possibilities if I find myself with a free day. One game I was considering on trying was Starflight, which is actually an inspiration for games such as Mass Effect and No Man's Sky, among others. It seems to be a very influential game, programmed in an obscure language I never thought I would ever hear of again, called Forth. And it seems like it would be something kind of interesting, but I think I would wind up like reading the manual, and I know reading the manual will probably take me like an hour, so that might be a little bit of a... You know about Forth too, Cheese? That's great. Okay, so Cheese is the other person I've heard of who's heard of Forth now. I know exactly one other person who knows what Forth is. A really cool guy in the local game dev community. But yeah, so Starflight was an option. I was thinking of doing a little bit of Chaos Reborn, which is a game I really enjoyed doing on stream, and I enjoy playing on my own. And then I was also, thinking of just, jumping in and doing a quick session of a couple of games that I was interested in, as well as a couple of narrative games. So I was considering Eliza or or Life is Strange Before the Storm. The thing is, I don't know what the appetite for narrative games like that is. So if any of those things sound kind of interesting, or if there's something that you've been like wanting me to play, and either I seem to have forgotten about it, or you've always been wanting to suggest something, I should just say I wanted to, even though this is like a longer introduction, it gives people a chance to kind of come in anyway. This is a convenient time to sort of be bringing up those suggestions, because if I'm starting the stream a little bit later, precisely because I'm sort of staring at my screen saying, oh God, what am I going to play today? That's the, the less I can minimize that time and the more I can spend it on playing games. That's definitely something I want to focus on. Anyways, I also wanted to just say a quick second thing. There's another big reason why I wanted to play Hand of Fate, which is it's by an Australian developer, Defiant Devs, which unfortunately has closed down quite some time ago. But Valiant Cheese, who I found through his game Hive Time, is actually, I should find a link to Hive Time. I know Hive Time is not the. Actually, if I'm thinking of stuff I should play, I should have played Bone Sweeper. Maybe we'll do a little of that at the end of the stream or something. Actually, I don't think I have it installed now. I got to remember to do Bone Sweeper on a Hand of Fate stream. But yeah, I originally found Cheese through Hive Time, and very kindly invited me to collaborate on a game called Supply Chain. And then I've been sort of following his stuff. He actually also has a Twitch channel. So if you are into game development, I know we've hosted him a couple of times. Oh, that is not the right account. And apparently the bot's not working. Okay, so the second of those links is the right one. But in any case, Valiant Cheese is a game developer and doesn't just use open tools, but also sort of does. I don't know if open development is the right term, but I would definitely say shares a lot of his knowledge, both in terms of allowing me to collaborate on a project with him. And even though, we're maybe not running into shortages of toilet paper, I do think that supply chain issues are ones that we're continuing to talk about, particularly in Canada with our inflation right now. But in this case, it's an interesting little exploration of it. And actually, one thing I really enjoy is that I now have had some economist friends who have played it who cannot make any sense at all about how to optimize the supply chain. And I think the funny thing is that Cheese and I might have two different opinions about how to interpret this fact. For me, I am actually somewhat comfortable with the idea of capitalism. And one of those things, and again, please do not consider this a canonical interpretation of supply chain. But for me, I tend to think of economies as incredibly complicated things. And one reason why you will see countries with command economies not be very successful or not very prosperous, but countries that do tend to embrace these more decentralized systems. So, the famous quote from Deng Xiaoping, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white as long as it catches mice. One of the reasons why these tend to be more successful is basically because one person cannot control the whole system. It is too complicated, and there's just too many moving parts to be able to get a handle on it. And so while there are major defects in terms of the decentralized model, I mean, again, I wouldn't have a job if it was something that worked like it did in the textbook every time. At least in terms of being able to manage things like sort of devolving those responsibilities down to the individual layer, tends to, at least historically, have produced these more effective outcomes. And so one of the things that I kind of like about supply chain is that you can actually see it as this neoliberal argument of see, if you try and manage everything yourself, it all falls apart. But there is actually the other side on it, which is more in line with Valiant Cheese's point of view, which is that our optimization right now is also very brittle. And I mean, particularly in Canada, because we've got, under the previous US administration, there were some questions about the state of NAFTA and all of that. If you build supply chains that are very reliant on, a lot of these international agreements and sort of the logistics network sort of working the way that they do, if there's disruptions to that, that can really throw a wrench in the works. And so in my view, the optimal solution to supply chain is to actually allow a little bit of weight. So I could play supply chain in a way that I put the sliders into something and I take my hands off the keys, and basically you don't wind up in one of those really terrible scenarios where you're like, oh God, everything's piled up, or oh God, there's shortfalls everywhere. It is possible to do, but it is not one that is going to completely eliminate all of the waste. The quote unquote optimized one would be that basically the shelves are always empty because the demand is being perfectly met. And then if you have an empty shelf and somebody wants one, then you've screwed up. And if you have something on the shelf, well, you've screwed up because you made too much. And that's one of the things that a lot of these just-in-time supply chains are trying to achieve. But in the case of the supply chain game, because you'll have these events that are kind of popping up, in my view, the optimal way to play it is actually to allow a little bit of the quote-unquote waste to appear in, and that is your buffer against the events occurring and going in. Although I'm making it sound a lot easier than it actually is, and frankly, you all should go and play that wonderful game to see for yourself what's going on. Yeah, actually, sorry. So I think you probably were saying the core message of the game is highly optimized supply chains are fundamentally brittle. I think that lines up very, very much with what we were saying. It's tricky as well because we have a culture of obscuring this stuff and the relevant concerns from consumer. A critical participant in the system has no clue what's going on. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I'm obviously very grateful for Valiant Cheese. Sorry, this is a longer introduction than I was planning, but we'll jump into the game pretty much right away. I also see we've got Night Valian in the channel, but I did want to take a quick second here just to shout out the people who made the game, because while Defiant may not be sort of a going concern, I obviously have a great fondness for Canadian games, but I am also half Australian, and so I am happy to see when a game comes from Australia. For instance, I really liked Satellite Rain, and that was one that I was happy to see was an Australian game. And so, while I did not originally know of Valiant Cheese through the work that he did with Defiant, I was delighted to find out that he was connected with this game. And on that note, and I have played Hand of Fate 1 Night Valiant. I don't know if you're just trying to be silly, but there is actually a Hand of Fate 1, and I have played it and enjoyed it. And okay, so apparently they don't want to credit Unity and Screen Australia with OBS. It took a minute to load up, but the game should be loaded up for everyone and visible, right? I may need a minute to set up the Twitch stuff. This should be okay. Sorry, I've got my browser up and it just opened a billion windows on me, so... Oh. Connect has a red X. That means it's not connected. Okay. I might need to reset this. See, I'm trying to remember. I think Twitch might have actually reset the authorization. Yeah. So I'm gonna guess it probably shouldn't take this long to set up. Sorry, let me see if I can find that screen that popped up. I probably should have loaded this earlier and then... Oh, God. I have started to do tabs, but I do tabs very infrequently, so I got a lot of... window. You know, it's probably just faster if I hit this button again. Oh, crap. Okay, tell you what. I'm gonna... I need a minute to set it up. I might just take the...
Your work can feel much smoother with Monday.com WorkOS.
Who are you, Monday.com? Stop that. Okay. There we go. That sounds about right. The worst ones for me are when I involuntarily lose the tabs. Because I don't know... Like, I don't know what I wanted to keep. And, yeah. Okay. Sorry about the time it's taken to get all this, this set up. I think I've got the rest of this where I want it to be. I don't remember if this is one of these games that automatically forces you to have a controller if you play. I'm not going to mess with that. So have any of you seen the original Hand of Fate?
Your memories are fading even now, gone to form the soul of the game we play. These pieces are new, as are the stakes. Life, death, and vengeance. We must ride, for time is short, and you have much to learn. Make your first choice, and let us set these wheels in motion once more.
All right, so our first choice is to be a milady or a monsieur, and I'm going to be a monsieur this time.
These cards represent your history and our game. We know where they end, for you are here. Therefore, these cards must guide you to my side. Let us see what the journey holds. The fool steps into nothingness, because they know no better. In the same way, you must step into the void. You are a blank slate, and together we will write your history.
So I will start reading the text and all of that, but I wanted to set, the reason why I asked people, so I was delighted that Cheese is the only one who's apparently played the original Hand of Fate and wants to chat. So I did want to just quickly say what I know going into this game. So when I played the first game, if you've not tried it, it's really neat. It's got this... you can almost see it as kind of a card-driven roguelike for some components. So you will have this dealer who is putting out... The dungeon is essentially a series of cards, and it will be describing this story. And sometimes you will run into something such as an ambush. Sometimes you will be encountering something like a blood auction for vampires. Essentially, it's going to be this story of you. And there's actually a suggestion that at least part of the game seemed to be describing how you arrived in the presence of the dealer, although I was never 100% sure the conditions under which you are playing the game with them in the first place. Yeah, a dungeon crawler in which the deck building is tuning the RNG is probably the better way of putting it. But when you actually go into a combat encounter, you will get sort of this third-person actions game, which I actually really enjoy playing. I'm told apparently the Batman, like Arkham Knight style games are similar to it, but I've not really played them, so I can't comment in that regard. But it's definitely very stylish, and the final encounter was a battle with the dealer, and sort of I remember it was actually it was a fight that I really struggled with. So when I finally got to that last like run, and I knew I was going to beat it, I was just absolutely pumped when I finally pulled it off. So I remember Hand of Fate being a really unique and interesting game that I enjoyed so much. But what I know going into this, I mean, this is a character I've sort of seen sucked into a void after I've defeated them in a card game. I may or may not be the same person from the original game, but they're back. They're obviously much worse for wear. And we are about to tell a new story through these cards. And you've been meaning to play these, but never got around to it. You think I own them on Steam and Epic? Oh, that's right. A couple of them were on. I don't know if 2 was on Epic, but I definitely remember one of them was on it. And okay, well, yeah, you'll probably really like Hand of Fate then. In the first game, the character you played was named Callus. His name isn't really spoken in the game, but it's in the credits if you remember right. Okay, and I seem to recall. So I've definitely read the name Callus before, so it might be referenced in some of the cards, but I didn't actually connect that with the main character. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, so that's kind of where I'm going in with this. I have actually played a little bit of this game to set it up way back when I first got it. Again, credit to Johnny Big Time for gifting this game to me. But I seem to recall it did a good job of sort of bringing you up to speed if you had not played the original. There are also some visual differences about the dealer here. He had different colored robes, and he didn't have that disconcerting arm stuff going. Yeah, I mean, the half of his face is definitely harmed, and I think he was wearing red robes in the original game. So he's become Gandalf the White, obviously. It's just his beard's covered. You've stumbled many miles through this forest in search of the thieves who robbed you. Though exhausted and hungry, you are determined to reclaim your father's amulet. So usually when I would encounter something like 4 of Greed, that would mean that I'd be going up against 4 bandits. But you will be given a little bit of a choice usually to see whether or not it goes in, and I believe this is part of the chat integration, so if I hit F3, I can ignore all of your choices. Or is it going to force me to... Oh, this is really cool. So it's telling me the results in real time. All right, the people have spoken. Move closer to eavesdrop. You finally catch sight of the thieves hacking at a large tree and arguing amongst themselves. Move closer to eavesdrop.
Every element of the game has been improved, even those that seem at first glance familiar. Do not worry, you will soon understand the nuances.
Gift voting is where we get to make you suffer for our whims. Creeping forward, you overhear their leader spouting orders. It's simple, he says. The idiots walk down the road, you push over the tree and jump out. They'll be too scared to put up a fight, and we'll get rich. Why don't we just jump out and stab them? One retorts. Another hooded figure chimes in. Yeah, corpses don't put up a fight either. Frustration riders in the leader's voice. The Empire doesn't care if a few farmers lose some sprouts. Drop a corpse on the royal road, and the place will be filled with soldiers before you've spent the coin. We don't need that trouble. Now quiet, here they come. You soon spot a group of farmers coming around the corner, bringing their wares to market. The thieves fell the tree into the path of the unsuspecting farmers and leap out, weapons brandished. Give us all your food. Our options are to leap to the farmers' defense, offer to help the farmers, warning them it won't come for free, or help the thieves with their extortion. I mean, I know what I want to do, but I want to see how many jerks are in chat. Yeah, I want to leap to the farmer's defense, so... You draw your weapon with practiced skill. Well, you hear the leader's voice. You lads handle this. I'll meet with you when you're done. Alright, so this is where I will experience my first death. Thug, violence for the sake of violence and theft for the sake of money. Thieves attack frequently and can evade standard attacks, making heavy weapons less effective. Ah, nice. Okay. So left for attack, right for defend, middle for the block break, space for evade, left control to run, and F for a finisher. And I don't think I have a weapon ability yet. Oh, that's right. I forgot that they did. Alright. Oop. I'm not sure what that green was. It's definitely saying something at the bottom of the screen. I just can't register it before they hit me, so... Oh, that could be it. Yeah, like normally, I remember in Hand of Fate 1, I would try not to get wounded because the health is persistent through the battles. Okay, cool. The farmers fumble in their haversacks in gratitude. Thank you, adventurer. I'm sure that after all they took our food, they wouldn't. I'm sure that after all they took our food, they would have taken our lives as well. I believe you also recover health as you move through the different cards, though. So, you fall on the food with a sigh, shoveling bread in your mouth to quell your hunger. Your satisfaction lasts only a moment before you realize your father's amulet is not among the takings. Your leader must still have it. You set your feet, determined to find him. A friend in need. While enjoying a moment beside the fire, you spy a strange figure approaching your camp. It's a goblin, dressed in what must pass for goblin finery. From beneath a filthy fox pelt serving as an ill-fitting wig, the goblin winks at you with wild red eyes. Aha! I've been roaming for hours trying to find you. We must get this over with quickly if I have any hope of getting to all the people on my list before sunrise. It lowers a sack from its shoulder. Now, from within my sack, I can conjure whatever your heart desires. The goblin's voice trails off as he examines his sack. Well, I could if there wasn't a blooming great big hole in it. His head disappears entirely into the bag until his bulbous nose protrudes from the breech. New plan, then. The goblin pulls out his last trinkets. I will see what's going on in chat in just a second, but I know like there's a vote going on, so I don't want to look at the result until it happens. Ah, so I get to pick. So I can get a shield, an axe. I think I like the sword. Oh, I get to read it. Okay. I think I'm gonna settle with the sword. It's not that different. But yes, we will equip it. A wise choice. Now I must go. There are many others I must visit before I can rest. The goblin runs into the night, his foxwig flapping in the evening breeze. You can change your equipment in the inventory. So that's the deal with it command from the Defiant Dev account. Well played. Okay, so there's a gift vote going on right now. Oh, actually, it tells me what people are voting. Okay, so it looks like you jerks are denying me food. Thanks, Olaf. And Valiant's Cheese says, in Hand of Fate 1, the range of the automatic positioning would increase as your combo, hits without misses getting hit, went up. Hand of Fate's 2 combat is a bit more consistent and slower in a way. It makes you feel a little more tactical in your mind. Yeah, this is hilarious. All right, let's move on.
This card has a token. Can you find it?
Finding forest folk. Your journey through a forest is interrupted by an inquisitive child. Are you searching for the forest folk? My uncle says that they used to walk these woods giving out gifts. I want to find one and ask for a lemon cake. As they dash off to peer under a nearby log, the child shouts back, remember, if you meet the forest folk, get me a lemon cake. In the other direction, an eerie song hangs in the air. You attempt to find its origin. Ooh. Okay, it looks like it's not letting me vote. Oh, nope, there we go. I'm curious what chat thinks. I have an idea of which one I'm going to do, but I didn't track it all that closely. Oh, really? Number 4. Okay, I was going to pick this one, but the people have spoken. All right, well, they both would have been a success. So. You follow the song through thicket and stream until you find an open glade bathed in golden sunlight. You find an aged maiden, her posture bent like the boughs of a forest. It's been 12 winters since I last had a visitor. Her voice is a whisper, yet it thunders in your ear. You may visit me when you are in need, adventurer.
This is yours now. Even if you lose the challenge, you have earned this token.
I believe the challenge is...
It appears the creators have arrived. Look busy.
So I think this is a comment specifically for the fact that the Divine Dev... Oh no, there's a specific line that you've got. Okay. But yeah, so I think when he says challenge, I believe this is a reference to the specific session that we're playing in terms of like all of the cards that have been put down.
Nothing could be more fitting now than meeting the mage who started this all. Or at least, started it all for you.
The Royal Road. A trail of fallen trees and distraught farmers leads you to the thieves who had stolen your amulet. It seems their infighting has only gotten worse. The bandits surround their former leader, weapons drawn. This little one over here, I wasn't sure if that was the same character or if that might have been the Milady character from previously. From the selection. A trail of fallen trees and distraught farmers leads you to the thieves who had stolen your amulet. It seems their infighting has only gotten worse. The bandits surround their former leader, weapons drawn. Everyone will get their fair share. There's no need for violence, the leader implores. Who ever heard of a thief talk about a fair share, spits one. You turn up and boss us around. We've barely stabbed anyone. It's been days since I've stabbed anyone. Days! The leader notices you approaching and waves you over. As much as I'd love to continue this discussion regarding stabbings, I'm afraid I have urgent business with my associate here. As he greets you, he whispers, keep me alive and there will be plenty of gold for your trouble. Give chat a minute to... Oh, another split decision. Yeah, I want to focus on the amulet personally, so sorry, Olaf. He holds up his fingers. First rule of negotiation, never let them know what you want. Kill my associates and I will gladly return your amulet. Ever reliable, the thieves draw their blades to mug you. Their leader hurries away to hide. Give us your stuff or we'll stab you up, growls one of them. You consider your options. So we could fight, or we could give them all your food and gold. Option 2. You draw your weapon and prepare to deal with the miscreants. Perform a quick riposte by attacking immediately after defending an enemy attack. All right, that definitely is the. Oop. Definitely a little rusty. Thank you for the tweet, Cheese. With the battle resolved, the thief leader nods in approval at the carnage before him. He holds out his hand. The name's, Malikalypse, Bard Extraordinaire. His smile fades under your withering glare. Sensing your anger, he raises his hands in surrender. Wait! Let's not be hasty. You have a bash button. When the smaller icon upper right is flashing, you can bash to perform a special action provided by your armor. Malikalypse. So when you say bash, are we talking about not the right mouse button, which I think I was doing? I'm not quite sure. Or is that like click and hold? Malikalypse? Anyways. Sensing your anger. Wait, let's not be hasty. We're on the same side here. I'm an upstanding citizen, just like you. I've been working with the thieves, yes, but only for the greater good. Oh, it's shit for you, okay. No, really. They were killing people before I came along. I know it seems bad, but look. He pulls out an amulet from his pockets and presses it into your hands. All is forgiven, yes? You stare at the amulet. It does not look familiar. Oh, Malikalypse says, scratching his head. He opens a small satchel. So which one is yours? Choose your father's amulet. Oh, apparently I'm stuck picking this. Okay, so I'm gonna go for the loin. It doesn't seem to give any write-up other than lion amulet. That suits you. Very similar facial structure. Say, you know what? I'm lonely. You're lonely. We should work together. You befriended Malikalypse the trickster. We should probably get to know one another, seeing as we're going to be friends for life, Malikalypse says. Am I getting that name right now? I really don't want to annoy you too much with this. Tell me where you're from. Oh, neat. Like, this guy's got the biggest jaw. Oops. Oh, this might give me... So, when you say weapon ability, the oh no, bash is middle. Okay, I get it, yeah. We'll do Mohawk. I didn't realize there was this much customization. Oops. There we go. I probably should have put more thought into the character, but... From Clearwater, eh? You don't say. Good sorts from Clearwater. Very trusting. I'm assuming that the appearance that I chose is all, like the region selection. It's kind of like the first Elder Scrolls games. By the way, I guess it's all the Elder Scrolls games, now that I think of it. By the way, I mean, we friend owe money to Vignus of the Thieves Guild. He's quite angry with us. We should journey to Myrebridge together to appease him. Some gold might help. Although, come to think of it, I'm rather busy, Malaclip's eyes a pretty trader hiking up the road. So it'd be best if you got the gold and I meet you there. Okay, so I think this is the first time we get a chance to sort of choose the path that we go down. I think in either case, we either need to spend movement to like double back on one of the cards, or we will wind up missing one. But either way, our next action is...
pieces of our fates shattered into fragments. Collect enough, and your reward will come in time.
You enter a competition of strength at a fair. A gold prize is available to the winner. In the first round of the competition, your opponent is the diminutive Roland, a halfling from a traveling troupe of acrobats. Oh! Dice.
These dice are another small game embedded in our game.
Click and hold to grab the dice. Ugh! I'm gonna keep the 2 4s because that's just slightly higher than than the expected value. And of course, we really just need anything but the 1 again. So.
Victory. You are learning.
Roland is no match for your strength. He gives a disappointed backflip off the table and collects his meager winnings, then cartwheels out the door. Yeah, I'm assuming at this point I just get to throw the halfling across the bar because I nailed it on 10. You take your reward from the pursuer, from the purser, not the pursuer, from the purser on the way out of the tavern. When you return, you will compete in the next round for a larger prize.
The roads have become even more deadly since the Empire has come to power. Despite their promises of the opposite.
Distressed damsel. Incidentally, this is one thing I've quite liked about Hand of Fate 2. Again, I got kind of an impression of this when I did a test run, and I'm hearing this again. I like there being a bunch of suggestions that there have been changes in the world since you've played the first game. Because, for me as the player, I'm still trying to answer the question, what's the dealer doing back here? But there's sort of just this acknowledge that there's a larger world kind of going on, and as I'm not just kind of learning the story of my character like I was in the previous game, but I'm actually learning a little bit more of the world of Hand of Fate, which I personally think is kind of cool. It's not just a suggestion that there's something outside there in the in the window of the I should turn on the vote. It's not just that there's sort of a suggestion in the background for, what's going on in, the greater world is not just a suggestion outside the window and that's it. But rather there was a time when there was not the Empire, and now we're in a period where in fact there's the Empire. I don't know. I like that sort of stuff personally. The road ahead is blocked by an overturned carriage and a woman calling for help. Please help, she cries. I've been robbed by a band of thugs. Is there anything you can do? We will... Keto Base does not want to help the damsel in distress. I am going to assist the distressed woman. It is harder to help a distressed woman than it is to beat a halfling in an arm wrestle. Welcome, by the way. I think I'm going to re-roll them all.
The dice
Close.
are fair, and thus you have lost this round.
Why, thank you. Now, if you would be so kind as to give me all of your gold, the woman draws a pair of concealed blades from her corset. Come on out, boys. You have no time to react as a group of bandits spring from hiding. Haha, joke's on you. I prefer fighting. Yeah, I have to assume that there's a different outcome. I actually kind of like that you've got your hood on until you're you pick the look for your character. Every hero must have a heroic sword by their side. This, however, is utterly ordinary. There's good writing in this. Oops. That was definitely a much better combat round than my last performances. With the thugs defeated, you search their bodies for valuables. Gonna make me work for everything. No, I want to re-roll. You find some food amongst their possessions. Okay.
Celebrations in aid of what? You see how quickly the actions of the usurper are turned into tales for children.
So yeah, another example of, a little bit more of a world being described, which I'm hoping we get to find out a little bit more about. Nearing the sleepy hamlet of Dulwich, you find the villagers in the midst of some kind of celebration. Much of the activity concerns a large paper and wood statue depicting a fearsome warrior looming triumphantly over a prone lizardman. We can follow the parade, we can ask a local about what is going on, or we can carry on our way. I will identify myself as an outsider to the locals. Oh, no, the people may want to follow the parade. I'm actually willing to be persuaded otherwise. I'll give chat another minute to express opinions on the matter. All right, we will follow the parade then. The parade ends in the town square. You watch as the villagers take turns smashing the statue with a club and gathering the food and gold that spills out. A local notices your interest and asks if you would like a turn. First of all, I really appreciate that, Valiant Cheese. I'd put it to you this way. So if you think that there is some value in, in answering that, I'm really not that torn up about, so I put it to you this way, I've had when I did L.A. Noire, someone actually go out of their way to say what the ending of the game was, and it didn't really affect my enjoyment of L.A. Noire, because the ride was a big part of the fun, and that's definitely true for Hand of Fate. So if somebody had said to me, the final encounter,
I am right here, and we have things to do.
Now I got to see whether or not that was something that the Defiant Dev account put in. But yeah, generally, I tend not to find, quote-unquote spoilers to be something that actually ruins the game for me. When people, like, tell me how to play, that's when I get a little more irksome, just because, like, it takes away a chance for me to learn or develop something on my own. So if you feel like it would be taking away my ability to sort of, like, develop my understanding of the game in terms of, like, learning a new trick or something like that, but I just don't see how that information would really change that. So I'm totally fine one way or the other. Yeah, fair enough. And like on this one, like I'm totally set aside. Like, if you want to bring it up, like, feel free to. Like, it's a pretty open forum for this. But I figured it was not a bad chance for me just to sort of say, like, really there's one specific thing that drives me a little crazy, and that's just when I'm not given the opportunity to, like, learn something. So a perfect example here would be, like, the green signal above the enemy hit. Like, the game was telling me what to do, but I couldn't see it in time. And then, like you and Olaf sort of said, is like, oh, it's like how to respond to an attack, which makes total intuitive sense, except that I just haven't really played many games, and I kind of forgot about that part of the original Hand of Fate. It's like, in that case, that's not, oh god, you guys took away my chance to learn this. It's like, I'm genuinely confused on something, which was probably pretty obvious to everyone else. So, like, I'm not gonna, like, rant about that, but on the other hand, like, I'll use L.A. Noire as an example. Like, if somebody says what the solution to the mystery is, then it's like, okay, well, now I get to be the fleshy algorithm, or the implementation of somebody else's algorithm, how to play the game. So, sorry, I just need a second to sneeze, and then I can read. Sorry. Yeah, the challenges, and to a lesser extent, the individual encounters, are very much more grounded in the narrative of the world than the first game. Yeah, it's I like the idea of there's some being a larger world that's at the very least, like, the game is doing a good job of hinting at that larger world, which I like. I'm gonna watch a local go first. You allow a young girl to go ahead of you in the queue, an act of courtesy that grants you the opportunity to see how this works. The crowd cheers enthusiastically as the child smacks the lizardman's ankle with a club and gathers a few coins and a wrapped sweetbread that fall out. It's soon your turn. You accept the blindfold and take the club into your hands. Alright. Ugh. Alright, I have my guesses to what I want to do, but I should give chat their option. Yeah, I remember that. Actually, I seem to remember there were I seem to remember reflecting a lot of fireballs in the one. So I was trying for huge success, but whatever they go behind, it's really hard for me to read. So I think this might be the huge success, but I could be totally wrong. Yeah. So if I'd followed Valiant Cheese, I would have got the huge success. The club strikes the chest of the treat-laden beast. Some gold falls out. You survey the spoils and try to scoop them up before anyone else can. Oh! I don't know if it's going to give people the... yeah. I find it kind of funny that the game, like, it'll give you the option to vote in for the dialogue options, but when it comes to these chance draws, it seems to sort of lock it in. Ugh! Betrayal. Before you can gather anything, a young child shovels the bounty into a basket and scampers off. With your turn over, you leave. No. We hunt down the child and hit him with the sword, right?
Water is a symbol for the many thoughts that churn beneath the surface. What is it you're thinking of? What concern is worrying at your mind? Let it fall into the waters beneath.
Well, I mean, it's my decision to choose whether or not to follow chat, right? While crossing a stone bridge, you suddenly find yourself confronted by a villainous band. You could stand and fight the fiends, or throw yourself to the mercy of the river below. So we could leap into the river, or we could fight the Four of Blight. Well, like I said, I like fighting, but I suppose I should see the people's thoughts on this. You ready your weapon. You never talked with James. I think James did most of the chat integration about that aspect specifically, but you figure with the text choices, a player might want to read things out before opening it up, and nobody's going to forget the options in the meantime. Ah, good point. Yeah, I actually find the opposite, where I obviously am very chatty, and so the fact that I can give people the chance to either read the text and do a vote, like basically while I'm catching up, even just reading the text on my own gives people a chance to sort of vote in. So like in my case, I'm sort of in the opposite, but I also realize that like I basically have a podcast that happens to have a video component to it as well. So I don't necessarily think I'm a representative example. I actually think too that Twitch has probably shortened the stream delay. I'm trying to remember when this came out, but I believe that Twitch has actually introduced a lower latency option since Hand of Fate 2 was released, and so I have a suspicion that the delay is also, like, the delay I take for granted is quite different from the one that would have been built in the for the base game. By the way, this is wonderful. Like, this is everything that I liked about it. One of the things I'll say, I'll read the Infected, but one thing that I actually get to say, just because, Cheese is in here, and, on the odd chance that anybody else who worked on this gets to hear it. One of the things that really struck me about Hand of Fate, and this is definitely true for the second game as well, is that normally when I see an independent game, like, I have sort of that expectation that the visual polish, or, there's going to be maybe some of the, like, there's going to be maybe some sharp corners, or that it's not going to be sort of a looker or whatever. And I'm totally fine with that, because, like, I also like playing, like, grognardish sort of strategy games, which are somewhat notorious for just being, strangely colored hexes and some pile of pixels that roughly approximates a tank sometimes. Like, the types of games that I play and enjoy are not necessarily known for their visual fidelity. But one thing that still really stands out for me are games which actually have a really high degree of visual polish. And Hand of Fate really stood out for me as one. Like, the dealer looks quite cool, and looks like something, for me, that I'd say, oh yeah, I'd see this in like a game quite a bit larger than Hand of Fate. Now, obviously there's just one dealer. Like, I suspect that there's something of a good use of resources here, where, you have a fixed number of things that you need to build. So you can, in the case of the dealer that you're spending a lot of time with, you'll put a lot of effort into polishing that, making it look the way that it does. And then maybe some of the things you'll see at a distance maybe don't quite have the same detail. I'm not responsible for making this sort of stuff, and I don't do 3D models. I know Cheese does, but so I don't necessarily appreciate how much effort goes into these sorts of things. But Hand of Fate really stood out for me in terms of being a game that just looked quite a bit better, like, just was more appealing to look at than some of the other indies that I could take a look at. And I know people like to say it's like, oh, I just don't care about graphics, but I actually do, right? I like games that are pleasant to look at. They build part of the fantasy for me. And so I'm not going to, like, ding a game for not looking like the latest Battlefield, but I do actually like when there's sort of a cohesive visual style, and when the game looks really really nice. Can you drop a link to a Kotaku article on Hand of Fate 2's art? There's some cool concept stuff in there with more detail on the people who worked on it. Please, yes, feel free to do so. My view on links is generally that people, should feel free to post whatever they want, and it's more just if you're, if you abuse it or if you're an idiot about it, I reserve the right to time out or ban. But as always, I appreciate the ask, but I'll maybe take a look at it a little bit later myself. But I personally would like to see that. But yeah, this is I know Epic is a very controversial topic now, but I will admit this is one thing that interests me about Unreal Engine 5, which is more and more tools being made available to create higher and higher quality games. It's becoming relatively easy to do things that used to be quite difficult, basically. And my hope is that more people will be enabled to create interesting things. And I mean, there's sometimes some knock-on effects for that as well. I know, the Blender Foundation's getting some more money. And I believe Godot is also getting some money as well. So even if you're not necessarily wanting to tie yourself to a particular solution from Epic, there are free and open source alternatives that also are making it easier for people to make better looking things. But I don't know. As a consumer of these things, I definitely benefit from people being able to sort of shorten the distance between having an idea and being able to implement that idea. All right. Inflicted. The first touches of corruption bring forth the darkest elements of their victims. Infected enemies are feeble, causing them to become knocked down when their health is low. Use a finisher before they recover. Okay. Oop. Incidentally, for those of you who follow this sort of stuff, I believe most of Cheese's games are made in Godot. I do know that there is the game for the 70. Is it 70 FPS? Whatever the what I can never remember the name. It's Forest is in the title, I think. Anyways, I know there's at least one with your own engine, but. Yeah, I believe Valiant Cheese is with Allegro. Flat is mad with it. Oh, May. Sorry. So, when you say Allegro, are we talking about the Lisp? Or is there a different Allegro that I'm... Oh, Winter's Wait, sorry. It is not, it doesn't have forest in the name, sorry. Having spilled your enemy's blood, you search the bodies for anything useful.
So defense. You can do better given time.
We can replace our shield. Shield reflects. Cool. And we got some health back. All right. So now I am going to ban a random viewer for giving me a bad outcome.
Here we come to the end of the beginning. Running errands for mages.
You arrive at
This will become a theme, I dare say.
You arrive at Mire Bridge as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. Allegro is an open source game programming framework like SDL, SFML. Okay, I believe it's written in C. Fair enough. Yeah, so there's... I don't remember if this is their current product, but I know there's Allegro Common Lisp, which I believe is like... I believe it's like Franz Incorporated. Like it's kind of like a... I guess it's like a proprietary implementation of Common Lisp. But there's like maybe a freeware one. Anyways, like the only reason I say that is like because we obviously talked about Common Lisp before, and I happen to know that like Naughty Dog had a Lisp that they had made, which I believe was based off of Allegro Common Lisp. So I was like, there's no possible way that Cheese has been sitting on the fact that he's done his own game in Allegro Common Lisp. But yeah, I wasn't aware of that other framework. So. Oh, that's right.
You make a poor apprentice. Cultivate focus.
Well, I'm sorry, but what are you gonna do? Get up and leave? Meh. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think it would be related to Allegro Common Lisp, but it just like there's just enough overlap with gaming and stuff that we talked about before that I felt I had to. I felt that I had to at least. Clarify. You arrive at Meyerbridge as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. You find Malaclips pursuing a selection of cheeses. Sorry, perusing. That's the second time I've said pursuing. Perusing a selection of cheeses by the market. If it isn't my good friend the adventurer. Did you bring the gold? Vignes has arranged to meet at the graveyard. So we could go to the graveyard or keep exploring. Cheese wants us to go to the graveyard. Oh man, you all want to go to I was going to explore. But you wonder whether the spot was chosen for its seclusion or for easy body disposal. Vignes greets Malaclips with a sly grin. Looks like you turned up after all, with your lackey in tow. We had our doubts, you know. Vignes cracks his knuckles and giggles. Well now, Malaclips, convince me. What's to stop me cutting off your head today? You reveal your gold as Malaclips scrounges in his pockets for some too. The heavy satchel of riches lands at Vignes' feet with a thud that echoes through the silence of the cemetery. That's our deal done, Malaclips says, worry obvious in his voice. No need for any further troubles. I'm sorry, Mal, Vignes grins. You should have known the guild was never going to let you pay with cash stolen from our members in the first place. Do I get the money back? Vignes the crazed, treacherous and greedy, a dangerous combination. Anarchists throw flaming bombs that cause fire damage. Your armor is no use to you here. So I remember in the first Hand of Fate, it was possible for enemies, like there to be friendly fire with the enemies. Yeah, I'm feeling like a little bit of an ox doing the combat, but I'm still enjoying it. I realize I'm probably not doing as many like super you know, like, I feel like I'm not doing as many of the clutch saves as I did in the first game, where they were very, I don't know, very telegenic, but I'll get better. Malaclips scratches his chin thoughtfully. Seems you could do with someone savvy to help you navigate these tricky matters of diplomacy. Like maybe killing everyone wasn't the best idea. Come, let us discuss our partnership over an ale or two.
Well done. You have cleared the first challenge, and now we can move on to the next.
So, if this works like the original game, these will be cards that get added to the deck that will potentially be encounters that we can run into in sort of future circumstances. Oh, nope. In this case, these are equipment. My bad. So we got the Cardinal Blade and the Bastion of Purification. These are the locations. So Market Thief, Tarts, Pies, and Exotic Lies. Rated M for mature. Different tart. Fork in the Road and Arm Wrestling Part the Second. I'm assuming that I will be fighting the little granny here. For befriending Malaclips. Malaclips' problem. Didn't we just solve that? And the Trickster. Which I'm assuming is our next challenge. Shadow Beasts have entered the realm. A Friend in Need, and The Peasant's Son. For finding the forest folk, we've got the Old Maiden.
Welcome to my challenges. Together, we will traverse 22 paths of wisdom and despair in the hope of awakening.
Additional challenges available as DLC. Actually, I did not realize there was more DLC for this game. So, excuse me, at some point should consider picking those up. What's the deal with adventure? That was me originally asking, just like rhetorically, but I suppose I should ask, like, is that just a single, like a one-off kind of dungeon, a little bit more like the original game, or? The Shadow Suit was added alongside the release of one of the DLC. It adds in a faction based on a familiar creature from the last game. Ooh. You honestly don't remember what adventure is? Oh, we'll check that out at some point, but I figure let's do the Magician Challenge.
Nothing here is coincidence. The answer to every question is in the cards if you but look.
Okay, rescue the missing Empire soldiers from a town plagued with corruption. So, growing scourge, be prepared to fight corrupted and avoid Empire. Lose gold for every Empire killed. Oh, neat. Okay. Oh, yes, I seem to remember this. So I get to pick potential encounters that come up. So fill your deck with encounter cards. These are the places you visit on your journey. Maximum Platinum card, 0 of 1, and Max Brimstone card, 0 of 0. Now, Adventure is the DLC challenges, a place for story challenges that aren't part of the base game to live. Oh, okay, interesting. So I don't think I own any DLC, so I'm going to assume that probably I can't do anything with those. Now, this is one thing I wanted to actually talk a little bit. I believe there's something like this in the original Hand of Fate, or it may be that this is a Hand of Fate 2 thing. But I definitely, for some reason, seem to recall something like this. But basically, one thing I like about this kind of an approach is that I do generally like card games. So I think probably the one that everybody's going to keep in mind, like going to have in mind when they think about some kind of a card or a deck building game, is Magic the Gathering. Hand of Fate 1 had deck building like this. Right, okay. And one of the things is that I do enjoy games like this. I haven't played Magic the Gathering in like forever, but one of the challenges that I run into is that I generally find that games that involve deck building can be really stressful for me because I'm sure you may have noticed from like the style of the stream and all of that, I do tend to be kind of meticulous on things. And like if you've got, like one of the things about Magic is that it's been going on for decades.
The ride to our destination is only so long. I would have you prepared before we arrive.
Yeah, well, unless you're going to come in and pick the cards for me, you can shut up. But like the thing is that like I usually kind of want to know all the different I really like the way that that the Twitch integration works. I think it's a shame. Like I've never really heard that much about the Hand of Fate 2 Twitch integration, which is a shame because I actually really like what you guys did with this. Jeez. And obviously what you're doing with it right now. But so yeah, the challenge is that for someone like me, like I generally want to be able to understand like what I'm picking and generally be able to do things like express them in terms of trade-offs. If I think of a game like Hearthstone's going to give me a curve in terms of costs for like mana or whatever they wind up calling it. I mean, it's been a while since I played Hearthstone, obviously. But the challenge is that like on one hand, I suspect the people who design these kinds of games do not want to give you too many hard rules because that sort of runs counter to the idea of like building a deck and letting people sort of find stuff out on their own, which is obviously very appealing and one of the reasons why I think these games tend to have some legs, right? There's just something really appealing about the really basic idea of Magic the Gathering, particularly with this idea of like a duel of wizards where the rules of the game are effectively written on the cards. And so as you'd sort of expect with Magic, right, the rules of this world are being created as the spells are being cast. But again, if you're someone like me, like you kind of want to know it all. And because there's just so much inside of the game, it's very overwhelming to deal with. And so one of the things I kind of like about this, now, I mean, if you take a look at the cards I have available, right, there's still quite a bit for me to work with, right? But in this case, it's breaking it down into these smaller components. So like, I'm going to pick 5 encounters. And I think somewhere near the end of the first Hand of Fate, there was sort of like, you got to pick like 3 bad cards. So like you kind of pick the switch that you're going to get hit with. And that sort of stuff kind of appeals to me. Like in this case, it allows me, there's clearly no shortage of complexity in the game. Like there's a bunch of stuff to have happen. And I'm going to be able to make some choices about what's, what I'm potentially going to run into. But it's a lot more manageable. Like in this case, I'm not sitting down stressing out about like, oh God, what if these combinations work? And then of course, like this game also doesn't have a business model to like keep selling me upgrade packs. So I don't like go into an encounter and feel like somebody's got this amazing card that I just need to keep grinding out packs for or something like that. But 2 icons in the upper left that you can... Are you talking about these ones? Or I know the upper right, I'm assuming that I can get more detail with the inspect button. But that's upper right. I'm just trying to think of the other... Like these I think were the challenges... Previous screen? So like these I know, like these I kind of already know, fighting the corrupted and avoiding the Empire. Okay, cool, yeah, so we're on the same page, that's fine. Figure we'll add the... So these we've encountered before. I think I'll go for the ones that potentially give tokens. So then the question is, do I want something familiar? So the ability to gain equipment, for instance, would be kind of nice. Or we can just go for pure novelty. I think in this case, let's go for Fork in the Road. Fill your deck with equipment cards. These are items that you can acquire on your journey. Okay, so Cardinal Blade. I think in this case, I only have 5, so this was pretty easy to work with. Oh, is it the implication the old maiden's the same? Yeah. Okay, nice to see the familiar faces come back a little changed. That's neat. A neat little confirmation.
A casual call to heroism. How many adventures start thus? For 100 years I have thought about nothing but the game. I was defeated. It is true. I became complacent long before then. I thought I knew everything about the game and what it could be. Now you see before you the extent of my research. I have crafted this game anew.
So I gotta wonder, Cheese, has there ever been someone who wonders why they can't get the shades on the dealer? Like, was there ever someone who first encountered Hand of Fate 2 for the very first time and they're like, how do you get the shades on the guy? Your conversation with a fur trader is interrupted as Malaclips arrives in a flurry. The whispers speak of trouble at the edge of the Empire. The town of Westwind is suffering against the Blight. So we could head to Westwind, or we can find out more about Westwind. You've seen people ask why they can't trigger the shades. I suppose there's an interesting question in terms of if Deviant had continued on into sort of the modern period, whether or not there would be an extension to the integration to include Steam. Because obviously the Steam streams are becoming a bigger tactic for like getting people into the games. And I can definitely see, like, one of the challenges now is that there's a lot of developers that are just pre-recording a video and putting them up again. So much so that I think Steam has actually started to indicate when it's a rerun as opposed to the individual interaction. And I have to have a feeling that probably like the chat integration would have been a big appeal to people, you know, kind of checking out this game and like giving them a reason to be present and like boost that number up. Because of course everybody kind of knows this. Like way back when, there was a time when I was getting on the front page on the Steam stuff. Now, admittedly, it was a reasonably popular game, but like it was enough of a hidden gem to be able to sell your game that someone like me could actually move up to a front page situation. Whereas now, like, everyone kind of knows the trick, and so you've got sort of the bigger entities that are kind of coming into, you know, to hawk their wares, and as a result, it makes you have to kind of have something to try and bring people in. But I actually think a system like this would do quite well on that, you know, on that Steam component, and you know, presumably at that point it would draw more attention to the game and such. You like the framing that the mechanical differences in the game are framed as the dealer learning from his defeat in the first game. I like that as well. And you're not sure. I don't think there's an API for working with the chat for Steam. Yeah, I think you would have to basically have a listener for... I mean, I don't know how much... It does feel like Valve has been putting some effort into the Steam interaction. So I don't know if it's the sort of thing that they would have, you know... I have a small suspicion, to be honest, that it's actually something that they would consider putting... putting some effort into implementing if somebody had expressed interest. That's just like a hunch that I have based on how I've seen it change over time. But Yeah, exactly. Like, it's one of those things where I actually think that like it aligns with what Valve seems to be wanting to do with their storefront anyway. And more importantly, it, is sort of chipping away at the, at making Twitch kind of the only game in town on that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm assuming that right now, if somebody wanted to do that, they would sort of have to make something that's listening on the chat. Oh, this is a nice way to get me focused on the game again. What do you want to know? Ask about the Empire protection. Small garrison is meant to be protecting the town, but apparently they're all either dead, missing, or drunk. What makes Westwind special? I've traveled far to escape the oppression of the Empire. Westwind gave me my freedom, and I intend to return the favor. Where is it? Westwind sits on the outer edge of the Empire. While the Emperor focuses on the capital, its nobles and merchants, those at the fringes are neglected. That's enough for now. This may not be a question you want to answer, but I'm curious, Cheese, if you know or if you have an opinion on at what point does this game... So I have to assume that to a certain extent when people are playing this game, or when you guys are making this, you have sort of an opinion as to when the game's going to stop holding your hand and they're going to allow you to experience your first defeat. And in some cases I get the... Now again, like I'm really talking about this as somebody who plays stuff, but like there's some games where it sort of feels like the game wants me to at least beat one boss before, I'm allowed to sort of experience my first death. Like, technically you might be able to die before it, but like most of the things are relatively straightforward, and you're not really going to face something that can probably like take you out until you've sort of cleared the first boss. And then there are some where it's like the first boss is like legitimately a boss and you might be defeated by it. Was there ever a specific point where you sort of say it's like, this is probably where we're going to start losing some players, not as in like they stop playing, but where they're definitely not going to complete the first encounter? Since every challenge is sort of a different expression of the game, it's going to vary a lot from player to player. Okay, so in this case, there's no like clear, this is probably where people are going to run into their first. Because like I can remember the first time I got beaten in Hand of Fate, and I'm like, ooh, I'm really going to get this guy now. So the dealer was probably the one I struggled the most with. Hierophant and Strength tend to be the first significant hurdles for player. All right, cool. So I got to... If I don't see those names and I'm defeated, then I'll know to hang my head in shame. You return to the markets and ask if any traders headed to Westwind. There are any traders headed to Westwind that might need an escort. There are 3 options: a stonemason, a food wagon, or a weaponsmith. I have an opinion, but I'll give chat a couple of minutes to... In case you haven't spotted, the challenges are based on the Tarot's Major Arcana, 22 challenges of wisdom and despair, as the dealer said. Yeah, so the choice of the fool definitely made me think that it was aligned with the Tarot. I actually have already forgotten what challenge we're on here. I now actually have my first Tarot deck. Like, I know almost nothing about it, although I believe it was originally like an actual playing card game. But there's a product which... Oh, we're on the Magician? Okay. But yeah, there's a product like associated with a game where the art was just too cool to pass up, so I... But like it's all sort of relabeled and renamed to be on brand with the game. So it's like even then it's not a proper, like I don't know how much the alignment is. I actually probably know more about the Major Arcana from an Alan Moore comic. It's a really good comic, incidentally, if you've never read it. Promethea, which is one I really liked. It's interesting. I'll comment on that one briefly before moving on in the game, just because it's a really interesting perspective, because I tend to have a very sort of No, it's what is it? Tarot of the Hours, I think. It's a cultist simulator thing. Like, so they released a tarot deck with all of the art from the game. But yeah, this Promethea comic was what I found really interesting about it was, so it's, except for I think Alan Moore's forthcoming The Moon and Serpent bumper book of magic, I believe it's the closest we'll get to him sort of expanding on his, I guess for lack of a better term, religious views. And I tend to be pretty boring in terms of my beliefs. So, you know, like there's my upbringing, but then there's sort of the set of beliefs that I have right now. And just, I generally have a pretty vanilla way of looking at the world. I don't have sort of a very special I don't have any kind of special metaphysics or anything like that. But I do find it very compelling. Like to read some of this material. And Promethea is really interesting because while I don't really believe anything that Alan Moore does about either the nature of reality or magic or creation or that, it's a very interesting world to live in. And I think it does a lot to sort of explain what his particular interests are and sort of what drives him creatively. And what was really interesting to me was I shared it with someone who is definitely, I think maybe the generic or maybe polite term of putting it would be a very spiritual person. And they actually found it a very profound experience reading that work. And they very much enjoyed it. They definitely took a lot more out of it and took it in a very different direction than I did. And I mean, I like that sort of stuff because, again, it's one of these cases where you can have two completely different worldviews, but it doesn't necessarily entail like shouting at each other about it, which, you know, to me is always kind of a nice side effect. But yeah, genuinely, I mean, it's a really long, winding road to go there to get to this point. But actually, that is it's like I think probably in the last 2/3 of Promethea. There's this sort of elaboration on the major arcana, and essentially he kind of weaves it into this narrative in terms of the education of, almost like the education of a young magician, and how you can sort of achieve a greater understanding by understanding sort of the story that's told through it. Speaking of Alan's and relationships with existence, that's what spirituality is in your mind, your personal relationship with existence, the cosmos. Are you familiar with a game called Everything? I have heard of the game Everything, but I have not played it. And I have to assume that it creates a tremendous difficulty when storefronts are announcing discounts, because while it might be technically true that everything is 20% off, that's probably not what most customers are going to... I think there's a difference between how the storefront will view that statement and how the customers will view that statement. I'm going to pick the stonemason. You hitch an uneventful ride with a stonemason. Your dad used to be in a band called Free Drinks just for that reason. You arrive at the town of Westwind. To defend the town, you'll need to locate as many Empire soldiers as you can before the Blight invades. Oh, this is interesting. I don't think I've ever had a challenge like this. By the way, I quite like the change in lighting here. I assume that this was kind of the daylight getting a little bit brighter, but I think like the dominant light's still the lamp here, so that may not have been what happened. But
the Empire reaches too far.
Captured.
The North has gone from a loose collection of tribes to something to truly fear.
So you find some Imperial soldiers strung up by Northerners. We can fight to free them, we can pay to free them, or we can leave. But yeah, where were you going with everything? I may wind up... I do actually have a quick message from the person who gifted me this game. I think I know what's coming up, but I have a feeling I gotta make my choice here. Alright, I'm gonna fight to free them. You ready your weapon?
Let us see if the mage can help you here.
Malaclips, a magician, a jester, and a vagabond. When activated, Malaclips casts a protective spell that can block a single hit. Okay.
If nothing else, I'll get a song out of this.
Ow! Oh! I forgot about those unblockable attacks. Ah! Everything is peppered with quotes from Alan Watts, and the game as a whole speaks to you in a way that no other game that you can think of does. Oh, I gotta check that out then. Alright, we got our soldier's sword. Oh, did I not equip it? With an order is dead, you gain the soldiers. You free the soldiers, you gain 2 recruits. Oh, I thought there was a third one there. Nice. So, I realize that some of this will be probably a little strange for the audience watching on YouTube, but the shades and the disco ball are there's a viewer in the channel who worked on this game and has access to the Deviant Dev their Twitch account, and so there's a bunch of sort of secret commands for the developers, which will allow them to make adjustments inside the game. So this is what you miss out on if you don't join the live broadcast. Sometimes you put this stuff down and the players are so engrossed with the text that they don't notice. That's actually really funny. I would love to see the player that fails to realize that there is no longer a torch and or a lantern, and the dealer no longer has eyes but rather sunglasses.
They place themselves in these dire positions and then expect a hero to come rescue them when things become too much.
While patrolling the outskirts of Westwind, you hear the clash of steel and the unmistakable groan of corrupted. Your investigation leads you to a distressed nobleman perched on the roof of his carriage. Thank the gods! I was heading to tea with Duke Gilbert when we were ambushed. Where did this mirror ball come from? My footmen left me here to fight them off. But the brawl has now dispersed into the forest. The noble peers fearfully at the tree line. If you stay here and protect me, I can pay. So we could go after the soldiers or accept the offer. Distressed nobleman not in mint condition, severely devalued. Speaking of, I was at... Oh, I see. Valiant Cheese choosing to eat the rich here, I see. Actually, it was the one I was going to pick. I've been talking about my book acquisition, so my collection... a while ago, I got the first four... So there's Elsevier, which is like the most evil publisher in the world, it feels like. Publishes the Handbooks of Economics, which is a very useful set of textbooks or handbooks, or however you want to look at them. So the first one is the Handbook of Mathematical Economics, 4 volumes. I got those fairly early on, and I've been slowly accumulating the Handbook of Econometrics, which has more... So there's the volumes, and then there's the books. The volumes go up to 7A, but it's split over 8 individual books. Is that right? Yeah, there's a 6A and B, and there's a 7A. And then I got like 2 on media and economics because I'm kind of interested in that too. But yeah, the last of those came in today. So yes, exactly, the he collection. But yeah, the last of those have come in. And for used books, it's like the first ones really are the ones that look the worst for wear. The last one sadly does not have the he border. You rush into the forest and quickly encounter a squad of Empire soldiers battling corrupted. Yeah, they changed the format for the modern one, so I think everything after Volume 7A is going to is not gonna have the he-he-he's. Oops. Alright, leave him alone. And we got the Bastion of Purification.
In more ways than one.
So it is a damaging defense against corrupted. Defend causes 30% of your weapon damage to the attackers, and it's a heavy shield, so one-handed weapon required. Use defend to block attacks from ranged enemies, but reduces the movement speed by 10%. The soldiers that die in combat encounters won't get added to your soldier inventory. I like to imagine you have a magic bag that you stuff them in. I actually wasn't sure if it was the, I wasn't sure if those were the 2 that I had just recruited, or if it was the, the ones that I already worked with. So with a corrupted dispatch, the soldiers turn to you. I'm sure we would have handled it, but thanks for stepping in. I guess we have to go back to escorting His Highness, Sir Quivering Blanket of Mumsy, off to his palace. You get a bonus dice for each soldier you saved, so we can offer them gold to protect Westwood, or we can appeal to their sense of duty. So there's a side of me that says we should probably offer them gold, but I'm curious about a bonus dice for each soldier you saved. Like, I guess technically in this case, I saved the maximum number, so let's appeal to the sense of duty. Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, my oratory extends both from the real world into the game world. Your inspiring speech wins over the remaining soldiers.
Life itself in exchange for life.
Oh, is this the vampire again? As you hike through the mountains one fine day. I don't think that was the art style for the vampires, though. As you hike through the mountains one fine day, you come across an injured traveler. Though he is clearly deeply wounded and barely moving, you sense something disturbing about the cloaked figure and approach with caution. You, mortal, come here, the creature commands, his voice rasping. I need sustenance to heal myself, and you will provide it. You draw your weapon, and the beast weakly raises its arm to defend itself. Spare me, and I will make it worth your while. Ah, okay. So tell you what, I am going to let chat... I mean, this is just a chance to see whether or not anybody else wants to interact. I'm actually going to take a quick second. I really could use some tea, because I do actually have some time before the stream will be done. So I'm going to put the kettle on now. I'll probably have to finish making it later, but I figured this will be a proper time where if you want to participate in the chat interaction, now's the time. Incidentally, there is also a gift coming up. So you can use hashtag A, B, or C if you want to participate in that as well. But my usual expectation with Twitch integration stuff is that it's really, it's fun to do and it's something that I like. but I sort of recognize that, you know, a streamer of kind of my scale isn't really going to have as much of that happening. But anyways, I'm going to take a quick, it's not like a formal break, but this is going to be a chance if you want to put in a vote, bring it in, because I'm actually going to take a second to boil some water. Back in a bit. Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to take another brief pause when the kettle's done boiling, but okay. Yeah, and I appreciate you're in a bit of a tricky position, Cheese. I'll put it to you this way. I don't always do what chat wants, but I definitely appreciate that, you know, you don't necessarily want to lead the witness too far. This is one I will actually follow on chat, and we'll get the information, so... 3 days ago, I happened to feast upon one of your kind, a holy man of some nature, I believe, who could no doubt cure you of your wounds. Grant me a pittance of your blood to restore my strength, and I swear I shall bring him to you. We of the list never break our word. So, I've usually accepted these because I can usually get my life back before I need it. But who knows, maybe this will be my undoing. As you lower your blade, he suddenly lunges at you. Oh wow, they do percentage base this time. The creature continues to draw blood from your arm. The creature continues. All right, I gotta throw them off. Oh, you were talking about clutch moments. I figure that they can be exciting and can't happen unless you make suboptimal decisions somewhere. All right, let's see what chat feels about this one. You don't have it in you to be too punishing just yet? You can't? Well, I was going to do this anyway. All right, this is my threshold. He takes a moment to regain his composure. You will not regret this. I would have recovered my full strength in time, I've no doubt, but I admit that you have been a boon to me this night. He gestures at the darkness, saying, the humans who dared to think they could best me in combat lie fallen in a clearing to the south. Their ambition was as foolish as their deaths were quick, but perhaps they had something that would be of use to you. The shadows seem to gather about his person until nothing remains. The dealer adds an encounter card to the deck. Debt repaid. You set out with a flaming torch and soon arrive at the scene of slaughter. A dozen armed men have been recently butchered here. Among the remains, you find no decent equipment, just the tools of farmers and provincial soldiers. As you leave the carnage, you step on a blade hidden in the shadows of the grass.
To the victor go the spoils.
All right.
Do not wield a weapon you do not wish to see turned against you one day.
Knight's Sword. So damage area, create a powerful blast that causes 80% damage to enemies in an area when activated. Riposte counterattacks against shadows. Riposte deals 150% damage and causes a stun. One-handed, slightly less damage. I'm not going to equip it yet because I don't think we've seen shadows, but if I can get the token, that would be nice. And kettle's boiling, so I'll be back in just a sec. Siri, please set a timer for 5 minutes. Okay, so I wanted to give myself as low as I could just because I knew I'd get at least a little recovery as we move into the next region.
Commerce thrives in even the most unusual of locations.
So, the shopkeeper nods as you enter. Adventurer, how's the world out there? We can buy equipment, food, healing, or we can sell equipment. I'm actually going to try selling the Knight's Sword. None of the equipment that I want. So I suppose the question is, do I want to buy healing? I can give up the 8, I think. And I might buy a little more food. Oh, good point. Oh, wait, yeah, I'm pretty sure we've already encountered all of these, though.
Here we begin to see one of the small ways I've changed the game. Each challenge differs both in their rules and their objectives. Even those cards which were once the stairs now vary per challenge, as you will see.
It's kind of neat that it references changes from the previous game. Sure, at least one of them had a new marker. Maybe it's automatically cleared now. Maybe I didn't really notice, but I wasn't that interested in them because I definitely knew that they're ones that I'd seen. I felt like I'd seen them before. Maybe the axe was a new one. The West Wind Tower bell chimes feverishly. The town crier bellows. There's corrupted inside the town. They broke through the sewers and into Louse Lane. Our brave soldiers have gone down there to sort it out. You arrive to find Westwind's few remaining soldiers huddled at the entrance to its poorest area, Louse Lane. We cannot let the corruption spread. For the good of the town, we must dispose of anyone who has been tainted, even a little. So, yes, we'll join this. Oh, I get it. So, keep exploring is just going through these areas. Okay, so we've already gone through this. We will join the soldiers. You join in the fight against the corrupted. Louse Lane is the love interest of Cork Kent. You know it's going to be really inconvenient if my tea steeping timer goes off in the middle of combat. Look at that chin. That chin gives you +1 defense on its own. Bastion of Purification. Neil was a wildly inventive craftsman and also quite mad. Leave them alone! +1 against icebergs from that chin. With a corrupted threat removed, you've ensured that these soldiers survive to aid the town's defense. The soldiers help you scavenge what you can from the remains of the poor souls taken by the corruption. Alright, so we can get the shield or the warrior's axe. The shield potentially gives me the token. Defend 30 attacks from enemies to unlock the token. Interesting. So, normally I would want to keep the Bastion of Purification, but in this case I'm going to equip the shield just in hopes of getting the token. And this is the neat one. So I don't think we've encountered this before, but basically some of the maps in the original Hand of Fate sort of felt like it was a little bit of a maze, like you had to unlock the stairs, and I believe there were some abilities that would actually give you I believe there were some abilities that would allow you to find the end of the level. Now, normally I kind of like exploring all the locations anyway. One, because you do heal up as you move through. But number two, I just like want to experience as much, like my usual feeling about games, right? Like most of the time I want to experience the game. But I think this is the first time here where we are going to discover the ending or the end of the level, as opposed to just sort of naturally move forward to the end. You first thought that he was wearing a sheet over his head, but now you can just see some sick shades. How you doing, Despair Embodied? Yes, that is Valiant Cheese's effort. The disco ball is also not a normal part of the game as well. These are the sorts of things you get to experience exclusively at the system. Well, maybe not exclusively at the System Jock stream, but any stream where somebody who has access to the Defiant Dev account gets to experience some of these. There might be others which we haven't seen yet.
This mess. I don't see why you should get them out.
So as you can actually, if you're just coming Despair Embodied, there is Twitch integration in the game. So I can hit the vote button and you can all express an opinion. Oh, there are plenty of others. You find some Imperial soldiers strung up by Northerners. So we can pay to free them, which would basically be emptying my purse. We'd fight to free them. Now, it's worth mentioning that I have less health than I normally do, and the Frost have actually been the Northmen have definitely been something that I have taken some damage before. So this is one of these cases where I might want to consider the 10 gold to be equivalent to kind of getting a health potion in the form of avoided damage. But I don't know. To be honest, I got the game. Well, I was given the game, but I would have bought the game if I hadn't been gifted the game to play it, right? I don't want to run from stuff. As long as there's no flashing lights or heavy voice distortion, you're usually not fussed.
I've waited 100 years for my revenge. It appears I must wait 100 more.
So when he refers to his revenge, I'm wondering if the hero of the last game is the emperor or the leader of this new empire. That's not necessarily a positive thing.
But yeah, Despair Embodied, are you talking about this kind of a distorted voice? Because this is definitely something that I do on another stream.
All right. You ready your weapon?
Caius doesn't have as magnificent of a chin as this character, though, so...
From the frozen darkness of the far north they come. Northerners can perform combo attacks. Use riposte with a single-handed weapon to deal extra damage immediately after you defend.
By sea and sun, fate and
Nope.
fate.
Hey, leave him alone.
Damn it! Thank you very much for the sub, Eyes of Sin. I gotta get back to you in a second.
You have rallied new allies to your cause, and they have given you their gold. Surely some of that should go to me?
So I don't know if that line was what the what you just triggered. Geez, but that's great if it was. And Eyes of Sin, great to see you. And thank you very much for crediting Olaf with the sub. You almost never get to use that line. Okay, so that was in response to the sub. Wonderful, guys. For those of you who don't know the Eyes of Sin, they do have their own Twitch channel, which they don't stream to regularly, but I do definitely like recommending it for that very reason. If you don't follow it, your chances are you're not going to be able to see it. But the Eyes of Sin is the person responsible for the lovely emotes that get to make an appearance on this stream every once in a while. I will put up some of them here. And I happen to know is actually currently looking for some work. So for those of you who might know somebody who's looking to do emotes or just art in general, alternatively somebody who might be looking for some voice work, I can definitely say that the Eyes of Sin is available and at the moment is looking. Let me see if I can find your Twitter. So there is their Twitter account, which is probably the best place to hire them. Alternatively, if you just want to admire some of their fancy work, whether they are whether it's pixel art or photography, this is Eyes of Sin's coffee page. I actually had a couple of references to crabs recently, so I'm really liking the new crab friend that I've seen on a few of these. But yes, Eyes of Sin is definitely somebody who's been around with the channel for a while, somebody who I definitely admire very much as a person, in addition to, in addition to someone... in addition to somebody who, has helped me out in terms of emotes on the channel. But definitely because I know that they're currently looking for a little bit of work, it's a chance for me to just sort of mention that. I know some of you may know some streamers or some other individuals who are looking for things. But failing that, if you don't know someone, I don't necessarily think it's all that bad for me to be able to share the work from somebody who does stuff that I like. So there you have it. Now, have you ever seen Hand of Fate, Eyes of Sin?
Ah, a reward for a job well done.
A holy man approaches and greets you warmly. Greetings, friend. You are here, just as the master said you would be. My talents lie at your disposal. Have you any need of healing? I do. I'm glad to have fulfilled my master's wish to help you this day. The man bids you farewell.
Let us learn what sort you are. Strong? Clever? Wise? The circumstances under which you come here put the lie to that.
Valiant Cheese is being entirely too modest. Valiant Cheese is Valiant Cheese is someone who is perfectly comfortable broadcasting with a cam on, unlike some people I know. Actually, funny story. So the Eyes of Sin, you know, when I first met them, you know, I kind of go up and approach them at a TwitchCon. I actually think they were the first one to identify me. And anyways, you know, finally interact, and of course I'd seen them through their stream before, and you know, kind of lock eyes, and Eyes of Sin says, "System Chalk?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you must be Eyes of Sin." And they're like, "Yeah, oh my god, now I know why you don't stream with a camera." You don't want to overshadow the people who did most of the work with your devastating handsomeness. No. That story is, of course, a lie. I've never actually had the pleasure of meeting the Eyes of Sin in person. Yeah, I've never been to a TwitchCon, so... But notice, by the way, that is the only part of the story that the Eyes of Sin is denying. The rest of it is true. In the second round of the competition, you sit opposite the aged frame of Huntley Toothless. He boasts about once being a silencer for the Thieves Guild. Alright, target 12, we get 2 rerolls, so we should be able to manage this. Wah! Not bad. Wah! Are you kidding me? The haggard ex-hitman appears to know some type of hand grip that numbs your muscles. You are defeated. After being knocked out in the second round, you receive only a small prize. You take the lesser reward for losing in the competition of strength. When you return, a new contest will begin.
Now your chance presents itself. At last, stand in the defense of the peasantry. What noble traits you display already.
Atop Westwind's town hall is a large bell tower. It's used to signal the day's end for the workers in the mines and surrounding fields, but now it will summon Westwind's defenders. Do you wish to summon the soldiers you have recruited? In this case, I actually want to search for more recruits. You retreat from the bell tower in Westwind to search for more recruits. The reason for this is that I've got 7 food. If this is going to be the last encounter, I don't believe you get to keep any of the food between sessions. So in this case here, I've got enough to sort of send me to these locations and then back. And so in this case, I see this as sort of getting the most out of my my resources. Is General Store leading the defense of the leading the defense of the city? Okay.
In my day, thieves kept their distance. None would pickpocket a mage for fear of failure, or worse, success.
The Market Bazaar is a hive of activity. Traders from across the lands call out to passers-by to sell their wares. As the sun beats down on the crowded street, you pause briefly to draw water from the fountain. You feel something tug on the inside of your tunic. Turning quickly, you discover a pickpocket making off with some of your belongings. You jump to your feet to catch a glimpse of the thief as they weave through the crowd. General Store certainly doesn't seem to be participating. You should bust him down to a lieutenant. Okay. Alright, I have my guess, but... See, Cheese had it right last time. I was gonna go for number 1. Does anybody else have any other opinions? Alright. Ah! The tangled maze of people proves too much for you, and the thief makes their escape.
In your life, you will have wandered endless intersections, yet this one sticks with you. Why?
What
is it in your memory that catches here?
I'm an absolute shambles for most of the card shuffling ones. You're too indecisive for choices like that. I don't know. I'm totally responsible for the problems I wind up in. So, you arrive at a signpost detailing the possible path north and south. Malaclip sniffs the air. My magical senses are pulling me towards the north. It smells like someone is baking cinnamon pie somewhere up ahead. Thank you, chat.
Another chance to redeem yourself. Let's see how you handle it this time.
Atop Westwind Town Hall is a large bell tower. It's used to signal the day's end for the workers in the mines and surrounding fields, but now it will summon Westwind's defenders. Do you wish to summon the soldiers you have recruited? As night cloaks Westwind, you can sense the corruption rising from the shadows all around you. You survey any soldiers you've managed to recruit. You scoured the land and brought together every available Empire soldier to the defense of Westwind. You must survive till morning when the Imperial reinforcements will arrive. Well, we gave a good speech last time. Ah, son of a... Yeah! Your rousing speech imbues the soldiers with confidence and zeal. May the gods bless you, hero, shouts a farmer listening by the stables. He is quickly bundled back into the inn for safety. Allies' determination. Strong ally. Allies deal plus 20% damage in combat and permanent blessing. Any number of blessings can be equipped at one time. Terror of Westwind. As the final vestiges of humanity are erased, the terror awakes. Use Bash to break the terror's corrupted armor and defeat it with a finisher before it regenerates.
With all these soldiers, you don't think you could have left me alone?
Sacre bleu! Oops.
A mighty creature of chaos felled by your power. Does it satisfy you, this bloodshed?
Immensely.
Knowing those you destroy were once simple peasants going about their day.
Once the corrupted behemoth falls, the rest of the minions flee, their spirits broken. The soldiers erupt in cheers, praising your valor. You can rest until morning, ready to greet the reinforcements with a town already saved.
The magician returns to the deck, but now we only begin our stories of fate, folly, and magic. Do not think I'm satisfied with this, but at least we have a place to begin.
You know what? That reminds me of my last date. The last things they ever said to me. do not think I am satisfied with this, but at least we have a place to begin.
Now you have learned the simplest of ways to build your deck. Each challenge will provide its own unique trials. Here are some more tools to keep you in good stead.
For saving the town of Westwind, the Ruby Ring, the Valiant Aegis, and Winter's Bane. A man-eating tree. Gnomish Exchange. Lost Boy. Pauper Plague. And the Westwind Tavern. See, I would have loved it if the man-eating tree photo was a picture of a guy, like, gnawing on some bark. Sadly, only one token for us. For giving your life to save an injured shadow beast, we get the nice sword. Man-eating tree, that's his name. He's Argonian.
As you play, you will find more options open to you. Should you find yourself blocked or overly challenged, take the time to explore the board. Unlocking cards will give you options you have not yet considered.
Oh, that's a nice touch. Giving you a few different paths to go down if you're feeling blocked. Because I definitely remember there's a couple times when I put Hand of Fate aside because I was struggling with a particular encounter. That's a neat one. Was that out of curiosity? I mean, I don't want to make you the the sole repository of all Hand of Fate knowledge, but was that a conscious choice based on sort of seeing people had hit walls in the previous game, or was that just a separate choice? There's another reason why it's difficult to answer the question of where does the game take the gloves out. Yeah, I didn't realize that there were different paths. We got the High Priestess, the Empress, and the Emperor. Sorry, I'm very sneezy. Actually, not to take this too far off topic, but I was talking about different games to play. I had a bit of a dismayed reaction. So I like watching Kilgore Trout, fellow Canadian. He's now based in Newfoundland and Labrador, I believe, or at least somewhere in the Atlantic provinces. But he's been doing sort of something like I've been doing, which is to go through the Elder Scrolls games. And I believe his intention is to go from Arena to Skyrim. Now, he's on the GOG stream team, and definitely his whole thing is retro games. And so you will tend to find a lot of people who, like really like older games, boomer games. So they'll very frequently reference Battlespire and Redguard, and he has no interest in playing those as part of the series. But one of the things I was kind of dismayed about was I think I'd made a reference to Elder Scrolls Online. And there's always like one person, no matter what, will always say something like, Elder Scrolls Online isn't a real Elder Scrolls game. That's by ZeniMax Online, which is not Bethesda. And Bethesda's the only one who can make ones. And I'm like, is that games made by baby boomers or games played by baby boomers? I thought it was one and the same. Like, isn't it like you're not allowed to play or make games after like age 30? I always thought that was the rule, but I don't know how much influence people getting stuck in the first game played in moving forward toward a less linear approach, but I think it resonates better with the way the game expresses decision-making and hopefully makes replayability feel more approachable. Yeah, I mean, overall, I think this board is interesting. I don't think it was, like, I seem to recall there was something a little like this in the original Hand of Fate. Like, I definitely seem to remember there being, maybe it was like the endless mode or that, but like there were different definitely things I could pick, but like I do like this journey a bit more, especially because it kind of seems to be that we would be moving towards the capital. And then there's just something kind of interesting about going through the different arcana in the in terms of the different stories or challenges. You always wanted to make a physical version of this map for the office. You've got a router and was just waiting for a chance to pick up the materials. Oh, that's neat. This actually reminds me a bit. There was, I think, the P&E in Vancouver. I don't think that's here now, but there used to be like this huge map that looked like this. God, it's a reasonably famous. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's called the Challenger map. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can find a good photo of this thing. Oh, you found it? Yeah. So like it's a really cool. Yeah, I think the full name is the Challenger Relief Map. I believe I've seen a fragment of it. I don't ever actually think I've been able to see the full thing. Yeah, Challenger Relief Map. But yeah, that's the first thing I thought of when I saw this. So, obviously the wagon's probably a little small for for something on that scale, but... Sorry, there was something else. Oh, yeah. So the Elder Scrolls thing, like... I don't know if Redguard and Battlespire were also done by Bethesda, but I think the idea that, like... Oh, this was made by ZeniMax Online. Like, that division was made specifically to make Elder Scrolls Online. I don't know how many people who previously worked on Elder Scrolls are working for that division or not. I know Nanda Gupta of like Twilight Struggle. I think he works at Riot now. He'd worked on XCOM Enemy Within. Like, I know he was attached to that for a while. But like, it's also kind of like saying Elder Scrolls Legends or Elder Scrolls Blades are not Elder Scrolls games. Like, they are. I don't necessarily think there should be a rule saying that only one developer can make a game in a series. You know, like, I can get that maybe you don't particularly care for it. I know there's some people who just want to consider the Elder Scrolls as like a single-player role-playing game. I was maybe struck myself by how the Elder Scrolls Online, to me, felt quite a bit like playing an online version of the single-player games. I'm not necessarily opposed to that idea, but I don't know. I've never really liked the idea of, like, I don't know if they're trying to do it this way, but just this idea of sort of setting up an arbitrary wall. It's like, nope, you're not allowed to you're not allowed to enjoy ESO because, you know, it's not officially by Bethesda, so it's not actually an Elder Scrolls game. And I'm like, well, you know, it's in the same setting. It's a chance to see the early history in a way that previously you'd only been able to see inside of texts. You know, ZeniMax owns Bethesda. I'm pretty sure, you know, there's some consultation in terms of making sure that they're not doing, you know, violence to the property, or at least any more than they would do on their own. And it just, I don't know, it feels like those kinds of distinctions are very arbitrary because, like, if it had been another single player RPG that was made by another division within ZeniMax, I don't think they'd be making the same rule. I think it's basically just a way of saying, I consider MMOs a lesser form. And so, you cannot taint the purity of Battlespire and Redguard by including the online game, or the card game. You feel like games are made by people and games made by different people are fundamentally different expressions. It's hard to say that Arena is made by the same people that made Skyrim. I see franchises and series as a way of grouping things, often made by different teams. Yeah, absolutely. But by the same token, I find it slightly distasteful when I see people care more about IP than people. I don't care who makes the last Walking Dead game so long as it gets made, kind of suggests that you don't care about the substance of the thing. Yeah, I mean, I think it's also fair to say, too, that over a long enough period of time, it's very possible that people who have been inspired by, possibly have even gotten into, a given industry, will potentially be working on. So it wouldn't surprise me if there are people who've worked on Skyrim who really had a very strong impression from Arena or Daggerfall, and that contributed to their decision to go into making games. And so I have to assume, to a certain extent, people like that are likely going to try, even if they're putting their own modern spin on things, I have a feeling that probably they're going to try and remain true to the core of it. I also think to a certain extent, I know, you and I probably have different perspectives on the idea of intellectual property, but I think the ownership of intellectual property to a certain extent gives the rights holder sort of this ability to steer who they give that property to. So, like, in one sense, you can sort of do this laissez-faire. Actually, where is my... Just a second. I remember there's a David Langford story that I just read that was kind of a neat one. I don't know if I want to say what the end of it is, but there's a David Langford story called Accretion. And it tells this city called Butor. And the idea is that this city is the product of all sorts of different authors. And eventually this became so big that I think even some architects or something like that. But basically, nobody knows who started this series, but basically there's been this entire series of authors that have continued to add stories to the city Butor. And it's the story of this person who is going to actually look for the real city Butor, which has been the product of all of this work. And there is something of an unexpected ending when he actually finds what that product is as a result of all of these different various groups kind of going together. I don't want to really tell what the end of it is, but so in one sense, obviously there's open source and there's a lot of very productive things that have happened with these more decentralized groups, or sort of a kind of a consensus-based, or people kind of contributing what they can. But on the other hand, there are people who will own these properties and sort of ensure that there is sort of a kind of a coherence in terms of the types of works that get created in that world. So it's kind of hard to say to a certain extent that the Warhammer property, they've opened it up, and in one sense opening it up has been really good because you're getting these like games in like Necromunda, which is something that they'd made. It's like an offshoot game that they'd made, which I don't know if it ever really caught on, but there's now like 2 Necromunda games and there's like a Battlefleet Gothic game. So these are like not the things that you really first think of when you imagine Warhammer 40k, but there's now more and more games being made in these little interesting side shoots, and so potentially can be interesting. But on the other hand, you also have a lot of very, games of maybe dubious quality, which aren't necessarily really enhancing the property at all. And so I guess the question is how much are you willing to tolerate in terms of tarnishing the brand, or how far are you willing to have people sort of make things sort of kind of counter to the spirit? Like, so would it make sense for there to be a Warhammer 40k comedy game, for instance? And I mean, to me, I sort of like the idea that, if you've put this effort into a property, if you've put this effort into creating this world, being able to exercise your rights to be able to say, I would actually kind of like to make sure that there's an overall tone, that there should be new voices coming in, but we kind of want to make sure that we're following a particular path. I like the fact that people have that option, because of course that also implies that people can be a little bit looser with it and just say, this is my gift to the world, and you can do what you like with it. But I also know that I also think my view on intellectual property is probably the less popular one. To that point, Valiant Chi says, maybe, but the kind of commodification of intellectual property and the kind of capitalist system we operate in sort of ends up disempowering people. But at the same time, stuff is sold up. Rights holders who care about the works are often doing so in contexts in which they feel like they don't have the choice to give it to someone whose values align with their own. Culture grows by owning and iterating on its own artifacts. The problems I have with commodification of IP is more about the way that the exclusivity that it ends up conferring restricts what can exist. Yeah, so, I mean, in one sense, I'm actually kind of on board with you, but I'm on board with you up to the idea of the extension of copyright terms. I don't like that. I do, though, however, think that that period of exclusivity is the thing that allows the creators to be properly remunerated for the work that they do. In that sense, I do actually, I mean, again, like, my view has always been that the IP system that we have is not necessarily one that we would necessarily, like, if we were to create it from scratch today, we would not choose the system that we currently have. But because it is the status quo, we're sort of working with it and sort of moving on. Happy with 4 years of copyright duration as a reasonable compromise. Oh, wow. But yeah, it's but you're absolutely right. Like, the challenge, like, the reason why I'm okay with that exclusivity period is partly due to the other half of the equation, which is that when it enters the public domain, it is something that is part of the culture and people can, work with, and I know, like, either add to. Like, a great example of this, I was talking about Alan Moore earlier. The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is a really wonderful idea for a series, right? There's another work that he did with his, I don't know if it's his wife or just partner, Melinda Gebbie, called Lost Girls. Now, that was their effort at doing, like, highbrow pornography, so it's not, like, that's a bit of a bridge too far for me, but I'm very intrigued by the premise behind it. The premise behind it is that basically it's the character, like Wendy Darling, Dorothy Gale from The Wizard of Oz, and Alice from Alice in Wonderland, sort of as, like, older women. And I think the implication is that these stories are sort of sexual encounters that they had earlier on, that there's sort of these metaphors, and it's again, like, it's literary pornography, but it's really clear what its intention was. So I'm sort of like, not my thing, but Alan Moore is an incredibly talented writer. So as a premise, I'm like, this is actually a really interesting idea, but I'm happy to just leave that as, what an interesting idea. I'm gonna go read The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which is not pornographic. But that's a good example of how characters that we're familiar with. I mean, the other example I always make this joke about Hades. I'm like, it's so cool that Microsoft, allowed Supergiant Games to make all of the, to use all the characters from Age of Mythologies to make a really good game. It's a great example about, them loosening up their restrictions resulted in a good game. What really disappointed me was that someone took that as true. Like they said, oh, that was really cool of Microsoft to do that. I didn't realize that it was, just the idea that, like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, you've got like Captain Nemo from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. You've got the Invisible Man. You've got, who are the other characters? Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Mina Harker from Dracula. But basically kind of this super group of sort of literary figures as like a superhero team being able to that I think that's a really good idea for a series. And of course it's one that can happen because those stories are in the public domain. You say the thing that springs to mind is that Disney set themselves on their current path by retelling public domain stories. Yeah, also true. I mean, some people say retelling them badly. I don't actually agree with that. I actually think a lot of the Disney stories are quite good, but there's also some that don't hold up as well. But of course, I know you're also thinking of Disney as someone who is definitely putting quite a bit of work in sort of locking down properties. Where was I going with this? Sorry, there was something I was going to say before reiterating League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Yeah, actually, the only problem you have with Disney's approach is that they pulled up that letter behind. Yeah. So I mean, like the Mickey Mouse Copyright Extension Act, I think both refers to the absolute nonsense of the legislative process. The fact that it's clearly supporting this one business and purely for profitability, not the public good, which clearly would be like I don't think there's any argument that the extension of copyright resulted in more or better works. I do think that they might correlate because we had the avenue of like low-cost video production, right? The digitization of cinema. We had the rise of YouTube. We had, independent publishing. We also had a number of new entrants come into film in the form of like Netflix, Apple TV Plus, Hulu, now Paramount Plus, Disney Plus. So even though there's been a degree of consolidation, and Amazon Prime, of course, there've also been a number of new players enter into the space. And I think there's a very good argument to be said that we're actually currently in sort of a golden age of a lot of different types of media. I think written as well as visual media. But I don't think any of that has anything to do with the extension of copyright. I think that has everything to do with the lowering of costs, and just both in terms of distribution, but also in terms of creation. Yeah, I mean, in the case of, we will get back to Hand of Fate. Apologies for those of you who just want to see the game, but yeah, like the ease of reproduction. There's a really good you can do a thought experiment on this, and admittedly this is kind of me showing the econ bias, but like if you play a one period game, right? So like everybody goes to sleep tomorrow and nobody wakes up. One of the kind of greatest welfare optimizations that you could do would be to completely eliminate all intellectual property and just let people consume as much as they could possibly want, because all of the works have been created. And so in this case, the costs are already accounted for, they're sunk. And at this point, what we can do is we can just get as many people as possible to get the benefit from it. Now, the challenge is that we don't live in a world like that, right? It's a dynamic game. It's going to be one where we don't just deal with today, but we deal with tomorrow. And so in those situations, we care not just about the works that have already been created, but we also care about the works that will be created. And so, the challenge with really inexpensive reproduction is that it doesn't necessarily mean that the creator is necessarily the one who's being rewarded for it. Like a perfect example of an industry that benefits a lot from intellectual property would be pharmaceuticals. And as much as we really like to hate on big pharma, it's incredibly expensive to produce new medicines. But it is actually relatively inexpensive to produce medicine that exists. And in the case of something like, antibiotic resistance, let's say, this is one of these challenges, right? Where, normally what you'll see a pharmaceutical company, they want to maximize revenue, so they want people to use this a whole lot. But of course, the problem with antibiotic resistance is that the more you use it, the more resistance you get. So in these particular cases, like the existence of IP is basically to make sure that you get that reward for creating the thing. But the other half of that contract is past a certain point, you now unleash that creation. After a certain period of time, you unleash that creation to the world, and the world gets the benefit from it. So you have this limited period of exclusivity, at which point society is able to fully recoup able to fully realize the benefit. Same deal with cultural works, although of course cultural works are kind of in a bit of a different box. Now, we have examples of companies that don't follow that model. The Coca-Cola company does not want to put the formula for Coca-Cola in the public domain, so they just rely on secrets. Now, I think we probably don't want medicine to be handled that way. And so to a certain extent, that's why you could make the argument in favor of the current system that we have, admittedly with maybe some tweaks to sort of handle some of people's objections. And of course, the big challenge here is I don't know how you do a secret as far as the character, like characters or the different stories and games that you have. But obviously the big challenge here is that because it is so inexpensive to distribute works now, the last thing that I would want would be to have someone create something like Hand of Fate. I mean, this is funny, of course, because I know you and Morgan are really not a fan of the current IP regime. So it's a very silly example that I'm going to give by this. But like, obviously, I would not want Defiant to put all of the effort into creating Hand of Fate 2 so that, some variation on, let's say, like G2A can then say, we've got the G2A edition of Hand of Fate 2, and we don't need to pay the people who made the game anything because we're the one who put all the effort into distributing it. But that's a bit of a red herring. I realize that is something that most people who've thought about the current IP regime sort of have, like, that's not really an objection to, like, I think most people kind of don't want to see that scenario, and I don't think most people are advocating for a situation like that. Medicines are definitely covered by patents. Yeah, I'm speaking of IP writ large, but definitely that is a patent case. Per unit cost of Sunware is negligible, and all the effort is expended in stuff that would be... Right, patents were meant to be a pledge to putting your stuff to the public domain when your patent expires. Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't even use the past tense in that. Like, I think that is how they work. And to a certain extent, that's kind of how I see copyright as well. Although, as a practical matter, right, like, copyright tends to be the life of the author plus a certain period of time. I say tends to because there's like one example of like perpetual. Actually, I guess there's two. So I think it's like the King James Bible has like an in perpetuity, and then Peter Pan, I think, is another example of that. But otherwise, copyright is in a situation where life of the author and a certain extension. And after that, the the world gets the benefit of the work. Which, incidentally, doesn't mean that people aren't making money off of public domain work. Like, there's obviously so many different editions of public domain works that are being released because, you can do, like, commentaries and annotations and all of that. But
There is the small game, the game we play, and there is the great game, the game of life and death, the game I was once master of.
I mean, I suppose it depends on, what people's intentions are. I suspect that people who are applying for patents are not necessarily doing so out of a sense of public spiritedness. They may have a very specific financial... I mean, I suppose the system is designed for there to be a very specific financial incentive for them. But... I'm actually not that worried about the purity of motive, so long as we wind up with the benefits of the materials, right? Okay, so those are all the tokens. Nope, not true. Equipment. Do I have more than 5 at this point? Let's make sure we add anything with a token on it. Not enough shields. I think I'll do the Valiant Aegis just because I don't know what it is, and we may not run into any more undead. Yeah, well, I was looking into No Man's Sky. If only you could equip more arms to attach more shields to. Well, I'm assuming that's a mod or a DLC. No. When it comes to, I was reading up a little bit about No Man's Sky, and apparently there's, this thing called the super formula, which has been patented. And I was actually quite surprised because I was under the impression that you could not patent mathematical formulas, that effectively the thought was that for mathematics, it's a very Platonic way of looking at things, where you would essentially math is something that is being discovered rather than invented. But for whatever reason, this was apparently a thing that was discussed over the course of development.
Confused? Complete these challenges, and we will be ready to face the usurper.
But yeah, I need to maybe look more into that. But the dealer's telling me off.
You
so
find yourself once again in the company of prayer and religion. How unfortunate.
This will probably be the last challenge. I would normally be wrapping up right now, but I know I was doing a lot of system talk. So
of the Empire. We will see how that story ends.
Malaclips has somehow roped you into traveling deep into the far north on a diplomatic mission. While I usually refrain from working for the Empire, since this one takes me further away from it, I'll make an exception. It'll square my debt with General Brandstrom and help open many doors for you. What do you say? So we can join and begin the quest, we can ask how we can help, we can ask about the leader of the raiders, or we can ask him more about the mission. No worry, I mean, I brought it. I was the one to bring it up. General Brandstrom instructed me not to come back until I talk to the High Priestess of the North and offer the terms of the treaty, he explains. Will you join me? We'll ask about the leader of the raiders. There are many clans dotted around, but the supposed leader of them is the High Priestess who lives up there. Malaclips points to the top of the soaring mountain before you. Will you join me? I'll ask first. As you know, I have a great many skills, but my swordsmanship is unlikely to hold up against northern raiders. I know no one else who is more up to the task. Will you join me? No. Excellent! Bring your sword and let me do the talking, says Malaclips. I've brought plenty of supplies so we can set up camp when we get hungry. Malaclips shares a tidbit as you commence your journey. The High Priestess is quite partial to blessings. If you can prove yourself worthy, we'd have a better chance at swaying her in our favor. Access the campfire at any time between encounters. The camp can be used to consume food or to restore life or trade equipment. Collect at least 6 blessings before meeting the High Priestess. Ooh. You grit your teeth and begin the ascent. Alright. Where did it all go?
Not every temple has crumbled into the dust. More's the pity.
The Temple of Divine Providence provides blessings in exchange for a simple gold donation. So we get the Gambler's Banquet, the Gold Zealot, the Monk's Vitality, the Beggar's Charm, or Ally's Return. Yeah, I noticed. I did see the commands come in, but I know I was filibustering the moment. I wanted the disco ball and the shades for as long as I could. Let's try Gambler's Banquet. Receive 2 food after every dice gambit. Okay, let's read these. Receive 15 life for every gold gain card. If your max life is less than 150, you may discard food gain or equipment cards to receive +5 max life. Ooh, that looks really good, actually. Pocket money, gain up to 20 gold at the beginning of a new map if you have less than 20 gold. That's also good. And revive your companion at the beginning of each new map. Interesting. I'm slightly inclined towards Monk's Vitality, actually. You leave with your new blessing. Willy Wonka? Or actually, I guess it doesn't... I think that's just a generic good day, sir, for tip of the top hat. Alright, Market Thief Part 2. The Market Bazaar is a hive of activity. Traders from across the lands call out to passers-by to sell their wares. As the sun beats down on the crowded street, you pause briefly to draw water from a fountain. You feel something tug on the inside of your tunic. Turning quickly, you discover a pickpocket making off with some of your belongings. You jump to your feet to catch a glimpse of a thief as they weave through the crowd.
Now you wager for more than mere success and failure. You choose the very stakes themselves.
I'm going to let chat have an opinion on this. Pockpicket? Are you just always picking number 3? I was going to guess number 2, but does anybody else in chat? I should give it a couple seconds to see if anybody else in chat wants to go through. I think one of the challenges, because I tend to be more of like an audio-only kind of stream, I definitely feel like these ones don't lend themselves to people... I definitely feel like people probably aren't as focused on these ones. Let's give it a shot. Oh, well done. The thief is nimble, but you manage to gain on them as they negotiate the crowd. With the thief almost at arm's reach, they knock over a barrel of apples in an attempt to hinder you. Oh, all right. You get to roll the dice. This is going to be a tough one. Oh, wait, there's no possible... Oh, no, sorry, there's 3. Okay. We are re-rolling all of that. Better showing than last time, but still a pretty poor one.
I'm somewhat surprised you lost that one.
The apples roll across the ground in front of you, and you lose your footing and land squarely on your back. The thief gets away. Wow, that's a tough one. You dust yourself off and continue on your journey. So that was the huge success. We still need to win 14 on 3 dice. Remembering, like, so if you go for the expected value of 3 dice, like the expected value on that is 10 and a half. So like that's a considerably higher target than what you might expect from a huge success. Anyways, arm wrestling. You enter a competition with a strength affair. A gold prize is available to the winner. In the first round of the competition, your opponent is the diminutive Roland, a halfling from a traveling troupe of acrobats. Bah! Oh, we needed that on the last round. Roland is no match for your strength. He gives a disappointed backflip off the table and collects his meager winnings, then cartwheels out the door. You take your reward from the purser on the way out of the tavern. When you return, you will compete in the next round for a larger prize.
The mountain itself pushes you back.
A sudden blizzard shows your progress through Mount Freitas. The bitter winds pierce your skin like shards of glass. Turning back, I want to finish the...
Be careful where one takes refuge, even in the worst of storms.
With little warning, a snowstorm sweeps from the north. The snow whips against you like shards of glass and obscures your vision. You struggle to find cover. Ooh. I have thoughts, but... Hey, Woban. Feel Market Thief is like this unicorn. It's in the first batch of cards you unlock, and it's very hard to accomplish without other blessings, so that you gain more on later in the game, giving you... Oh yeah, that's a... I keep forgetting that there's modifications. Oh, that's a really neat way of thinking about it. I think chat's scared to make a pick here. Yeah, Cheese has actually had a pretty good track record of these, but I was actually on Woban's side. I was thinking of one. By pure randomness, it's a 50-50 chance. But it's also 25% in terms of... it's 25% as far as something terrible happening. All right, well, all of our options were a success, as it turns out, so... The climb becomes unbearable. You seek shelter in a cave and desperately fight off the onset of frostbite. When the howling winds ease, you clear the snow from the cave entrance to discover the dark clouds have passed. Malaclips forages for firewood, saying, "This log is dry enough, and we can set up camp here for the night. Access the campfire at any time between encounters. The campfire can be used to consume food, trade, or review your mission."
Campfires will always offer warmth and heat, but they also change with each challenge. Be prepared.
A figure appears from out of a swirl of frost and snow. It is a northerner. "I come in peace," he says. "I make the pilgrimage to the High Priestess. I mean you no harm." Without waiting for approval, he slumps down beside you and warms his hands by the fire. "In my youth, I once fancied a northerner warrior. She almost cut off my head when I serenaded her." Malaclips plucks a mournful note on his lute. "Young love, eh? We can cook food, we can trade, we can change appearance, we can review the mission, or we can break camp. Let's try trading." Don't have the money for that. I don't think we have anything to sell. I don't actually want to change my appearance. I'm just a little curious. Should give me beard options. You've seen this game once before. You don't remember anything about it, though, other than the guy at the table can have his hat changed. Really? I always thought that was just the default look for the game, Starbright Knight. Welcome, by the way. For those of you who don't know, the environment for customization campfire changes with every challenge. Most players don't see it. Yeah, so that one was a snowy one. I'm assuming because of the north. Yeah, I wasn't aware that you could change your appearance between runs, so I'll break the camp. You sleep through the long cold night. In the morning, you pack your things and continue your climb up the mountain.
Children. It's hard to conceive that either of us were ever such.
Wait a minute, I didn't even notice you put in the command. Tricorn is definitely a cool touch. He's just a small child, you overhear. A deeper voice growls. I have to take him to the dungeons, or else he'll run straight to whatever northern clan he spawned from now, and show them where our outpost is. By the way, I don't know what boost I got, but I think it was a positive one. My apologies for not checking. That's a shifty-looking kid. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, says Malaclips. You consider the boy's fate. Unsheathing your weapon, you demand that they let the boy go. The Empire's soldiers are unmoved by your threat. Oh, cool. A neutral hat shade, okay. I didn't realize that the hats were one of the voting options. Watchmen. Taken from the dregs of society, elevated to petty positions of power. Watchmen can block, greatly reducing incoming damage. Use bash to open them up for damage.
Once again, good intentions end up with people trying to hit me.
Oops. Ah! Sacre bleu.
I hope this works.
So that was a pretty sloppy round, but... Okay, I am going to discard this one for the life. As you check on the unconscious guards, you notice the boy looking at you warily, as if sizing you up. Roll to intimidate boy. Not bad. We really just need the one extra point, so... Cool. He fiddles with a little dried plant hung around his neck nervously. Okay, I'll tell you. There was an Empire ambush on our village, and I ran with my mother. We got separated. He wiped some tears from his face angrily. But I'm not afraid. I'm of Clan Catsfoot, and we are great pathfinders. I'll find my way home. The boy tells you what he knows of the area. The small northerner boy refuses any and all help. You can only wish him luck as his small form disappears into the forest. A rift in time. While catching your breath at a crossroads, the sky above you tears open, forming a glittering portal to another realm. A man hurtles through the rent in space, cursing and screaming as he crashes into the ground. He brushes the dust from his hair and straightens his shirt. You get the feeling that he has not slept in weeks. Greetings, mighty warrior, from the other side. I have been forcibly sent here to assist you. Things weren't going great. He draws a gift from a large brown sack and hands it to you. I stole this from some weird goblin. It's bottomless, you know. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was wondering when deal 264036210 was going to show up. So I wasn't sure if this is something that you'd inspired. But this is a great image. And this is I'm assuming that's the goblin friend from both earlier in this game, but I believe this is the same character from the first game, if I'm not mistaken. With a wink, he begins to fade into the ether. All right, I'm out of here. Go get him, killer. Thank you, Defiant Dev.
Will you push on despite nature itself attempting to thwart you?
A sudden blizzard slows your progress through Mount Freydis. The bitter winds pierce your skin like shards of glass. Mr. Lionel was the character in the first game. Let's assume that's who I stole the bag from. Thank you for the reminders on the
Witches
names.
I will tolerate. They have at least stepped into the streams of power that magicians call home.
As you ascend the snowy Mount Freydis, you happen upon a cottage with pungent smoke wafting out of the chimney. A frail old lady, sweeping snow off the path, beckons you to come in. We've come in search of the Great High Priestess to deliver an important message, says Malaclips. You'd better go bearing blessings if you want to get on the High Priestess's good side. I'm fixing a batch right now if you'd like a taste. And if I've got it right this time, I can take it to her, she says, stirring the cauldron. Malaclips politely declines. I've been watching what I eat, but my companion here has an insatiable appetite, he says, nudging you forward. Oh, random. All right, chat. I'm assuming it'll put up options. Yeah. We have competition. So Valiant Cheese, based on the title of the stream, I gotta ask, how many conversations in the Defiant Slack or Discord or whatever you were using were there about calling it Hand of Fate 2 The Other Hand? Possibly On the Other Hand. Because I think that's a very natural name for a sequel. Second Wind. In combat, boost life to 75 when life drops below 25, then discard this card. Okay, so we don't want to discard this. Which means I can't go below 25. Ah. You guys need to up your title game. I did see a piece of art called Hand in Hand of Fate. Okay, that's a decent one. I'll accept it. Or you could make it like Pokemon and like release multiple editions. So you've got like Left Hand of Fate, Right Hand of Fate, and you kind of double your revenues from the same game. You take a sip of the aromatic potion and feel a warm, fuzzy feeling flowing through your body. Looks like my recipe is a success. I'm sure the High Priestess will appreciate this one. Hand of Fate 2, gotta hand it to you. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I'm following Morgan on Twitter, so I'm gonna find a Twitter account for you all to tweet these suggestions to, and they'll really appreciate it. But it's very important that you don't tell them that I sent you. You definitely need to make it seem like this is just a natural outpouring of... I'm kidding. Please do not bother the former captain of Defiant. Lots of people were into the idea of a Hand of Fate dating sim. Maybe you can call up the Kid Fox people. Do a boyfriend dungeon Hand of Fate sort of crossover. You thank the old lady and continue up Mount Freydis, paying no heed to the brewing blizzard.
In the cold, men become desperate. Women hold these mountains together, even through the worst.
With little warning, a snowstorm sweeps in from the north. The snow whips against you like shards of glass and obscures your vision. You struggle to find cover. All right, I'm going to let you all choose my fate, and I'm going to get myself a little more tea. All right, sorry for the delay on that. I also took a quick trip to the bathroom and figured I'd wait for the kettle to boil. Success! Thank you, Cheese. The climb becomes unbearable. You seek shelter in a cave and desperately fight off the onset of frostbite. When the howling winds ease, you clear the snow from the cave entrance to discover the dark clouds have passed. Apocalypse forages for firewood, saying, "This log is dry enough. We can set up camp here for the night." So, I am slightly curious if there's an advantage. As though you were being stalked, the gentle northerner pilgrim emerges from the darkness, slumping down beside you. "Freydis does ever bite," he says with a grin. "I love her harsh kiss and bitter cold embrace. Another day's good climb. Food for sale is refreshed, equipment for sale is refreshed." So I definitely think that this challenge is very much about whether or not I can, basically how much I use the supplies in terms of restoring health. I just don't quite think I'm at a point where I want to start using up the food, particularly because offsetting that will allow me to raise my maximum health. So I'm going to break camp. I do need to be kind of careful because I do have the transient blessing, but I'm going to do my best here. You sleep through the long cold night. In the morning, you pack up your things and continue your climb up the mountain.
A lesson in caution awaits us all.
Avalanche.
Nature, truly wild nature, will not tolerate fury in its domain, unless it is its own.
High up on the mountain, you see the silhouette of a man approaching through the heavy snow. He bellows through the roaring wind. "Who dares trespass in the sacred grounds of our priestess?" Hidden raiders spring down the mountain with the dexterity of mountain goats. Trapper. On the frozen plans, prey are few and far between. The keen eyes of the trapper sees all. Trappers throw hunting traps that snare their targets, use evade to avoid the traps, or change direction rapidly to break free.
Who dares venture? None less than the amazing Malachus and assistant.
Oops. I keep hitting break instead of block. Oop. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. Armory gain. Discard for max life. Interesting. So I have to... I think in this case, I'm actually going to take the equipment. As much as I want to raise my max health, I don't think we have any better items yet. So it would not be a bad idea to equip myself. Cardinal
Like a
Blade.
compass, it indicates the truth of all directions.
Okay. So fire magical blades in 8 directions. When activated, blades cause 20 damage or 40 damage to corrupted. Bash causes additional damage to armor. Activate your weapon ability 10 times to unlock this shard. So, I've definitely used Cardinal Blade then. I will equip it and we'll probably sell the other weapon. Now, I am going to discard the food though, so that we can raise our overall max health. The clash of steel rings out, echoing through the peaks. The mountains answer with a low, ominous rumble as a wall of white rushes towards the melee, sweeping away everything in its path. Okay. We should be okay. You seek shelter against a bluff, pressing close to the rock face as the avalanche roars overhead. When the trembling stops, you are miraculously unscathed. Your assailant's weapon juts out from the snow. As you near, you realize it is still clenched in his hand, his body buried to the wrist by the avalanche. Dig him out. You brave the cold and free the raider from his icy grave. He takes a moment to catch his breath and says, "You saved me, though we were enemies by blood. Take my blessing and leave me to my thoughts." Oh, sorry, I didn't even ask chat for the opinion. Long shot. Precise dice. Score the exact target value in dice gambits to draw 5 equipment cards, then discard this card. Okay, so I actually don't want this to happen just because of the blessing buff. So this is one of these times I'll consider healing up just because we're getting close to the limit. That will remove one of my transient blessings. With little warning, a snowstorm sweeps in from the north. The snow whips against you like shards of glass and obscures your vision. You struggle to find cover. Any thoughts, chat? I was gonna go with 1 or 2. I'm gonna try 1. The climb becomes unbearable. You seek shelter in a cave and desperately fight off the onset of frostbite. When the howling winds ease, you clear the snow from the cave entrance and discover the dark clouds have passed. Eclipse forages for firewood, saying, "This log is dry enough, we can set up camp here for the night." So again, this is one of those times where, as though you are being stalked, the gentle northerner pilgrim emerges from the darkness, slumping down beside you. "Now Freydis does ever bite," he says with a grin. "I love her harsh kiss and bitter cold embrace. Another day's good climb." Okay, so first of all, we're going to sell equipment. I will see if there's something interesting to buy. Not really. I mean, I feel like Winter's Bane would be helpful on this mission, but we don't have 45 gold. So I am going to... Interesting. So I'm going to try... Interesting. Okay, so in this case, I am going to properly buy this food, but I am going to buy this food to discard it. I wasn't sure if it would let me do that. So I'm gonna think of gold as a means of achieving higher health. I think we can do that up to 150. So actually, I'm gonna do one more. However we can. You sleep through the long, cold night. In the morning, you pack your things and continue your climb up the mountain. With a little warning, a snowstorm sweeps in from the north, and the snow whips against you like shards of glass and obscures your vision. You struggle to find cover. Okay. Oof. I'm not so sure about this one. All right. No! The climb becomes unbearable. You seek shelter in a cave and desperately fight off the onset of frostbite. The wretched smell of fish meat and stale sweat alerts you to the presence of a bear rousing from hibernation. The ferocious beast bares its teeth and swipes at you with giant paws. Yeah, I should have gone with 3. You flee the cave, having barely survived the savage attack. Luckily, the blizzard has passed. Free bear. I'm going to resist the urge to... Nice. I see the Twitch vote is, is really favorable.
A grand opportunity for you to take whatever pleases you and go about your day.
Don't have the money to give them.
The mountain is unforgiving. You would not be the first to die upon its peak.
A sudden blizzard slows your progress through Mount Freydis. The bitter winds pierce your skin like shards of glass.
Old witches.
Further
I
up...
have a fondness for them, but I would not trust them.
Further up the mountain, the blizzard becomes so intense you barely see the tiny cottage engulfed in snow. An old lady beckons you in. I've received word from my sister's hawk and have been expecting you. I may not be as skilled as her, but this blessing potion I've whipped up is my best yet. Do you think it's good enough to take to the High Priestess? She says, blowing the steam off a simmering bowl of thick liquid. I really couldn't, says Maleklips, patting his belly. Oh, there's 2 failures here. Oh man, I've got no idea on this one. Yeah, I was going to try one myself. Ah, nice. Divine Intervention. Bonus reroll. After all your rerolls and a dice gambit, reroll your lowest dice. And it's a permanent blessing, which is very welcome. You take a sip of the aromatic potion and feel a warm, fuzzy feeling flowing through your body. Looks like my recipe is a success. I'm sure the High Priestess will appreciate this one. You thank the old lady and continue up Mount Freydis, paying no heed to the brewing blizzard.
I am torn between my loathing for gnomes and my despair that the world is becoming less strange and arcane as the Empire spreads.
You trespass on gnomish ground, humans, a voice calls out as a dozen small creatures leap from the trees around you. The penalty for this transgression is death. Make peace with your gods. I love when you roll 3 5s and it wants to reroll one of them. Fiercely territorial, trespass in gnomish lands and face the consequences. Pesky, persistent, and impossible to hit, gnomes cause snare, evade to avoid, or struggle to break free. Gnomes can only be deterred with a finisher. I also want to count the numbers. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was wondering, it looked like, with the G, it almost looked like a number 6. So... Whoa! Ah, I get him. Oh god, this is so funny! Oh Jesus. Okay, I love this. Well, I think there was an attack like this in the first one, wasn't there? The battered gnomes pick themselves up from the battlefield and approach you cautiously. All right, the penalty for this transgression is no longer death. We'd like to parley. We seek arms to defend ourselves, a gnome declares loudly. Hand over some of your equipment and we'll release you. We can even pay you something. I'll give you some food for a helmet, one of the small folk exclaims. I'll share the secrets of this land for a ring, another chimes in. Give me a weapon I can wield, and one for my brother, and we've got gold, a toothless gnome calls out. The gnomes all loudly shout their own offers, trying to drown each other out. So I don't really think I have anything to give them. Yeah, I might be mistaken on this, but all right, well, we'll see. Yeah, no, I'm totally not giving them the Cardinal Blade, so refuse. The gnomes quickly retreat into the trees, peering at you from the shadows until you leave.
With the least of notice, the very lands beneath your feet can slide away. Life is filled with surprises.
High up on the mountain, you see the silhouette of a man approaching through the heavy snow. He bellows through the roaring wind. Who dares trespass in the sacred grounds of our priestess? Oh! Hidden raiders spring down the mountain with the dexterity of mountain goats. Fueled with rage and determined to destroy, Berserker weapons are imbued with ice that slows their enemies' movement and attacks.
Who dares venture? None less than the amazing Malaklips and assistant.
I don't think I hit anything with that. I do have a tendency to dodge more than use the shield, but... The clash of steel rings out, echoing through the peaks. The mountains answer with a low, ominous rumble as a wall of white rushes towards the melee, sweeping away everything in its path. You enjoy the way the Northerners stiffen like a board and fall backwards when they die. Timber! Alright, this is probably going to be a draw that I suck at. Oh no, sorry, it's dice. Wah! Oh crap! I think we lose a blessing. Ooh.
I have little trust in artifacts that breathe, myself.
Defend adds 1 to the weapon charge. Every third step does not consume food. I don't think I'm going to nah, actually, let's equip it.
Valuable for purely financial reasons, if nothing else.
And gain plus 10 max life when you have more blessings than curses. That works really well with this mission. And finally, I will not equip the Knight's Sword. I already had one of those. You seek shelter against a bluff, pressing close to the rock face as the avalanche roars overhead. When the trembling stops, you are miraculously unscathed. Your assailant's weapon juts out from the snow. As you near, you realize it is still clenched in his hand, his body buried to the wrist by the avalanche. Dig him out. You brave the cold and free the raider from his icy grave. He takes a moment to catch his breath and says, "You saved me, though we are enemies by blood. Take my blessing and leave me to my thoughts." Are there any dice rolls that use the entire stack of dice on the table? Good question. Deft Eye. Reduce the speed of a wheel gambit. I don't think we've done one of those yet. Yeah, so we're back to 4 of 6, sadly. As though you were being stalked, the gentle northerner pilgrim emerges from the darkness, slumping down beside you. Mount Freitas does ever bite, he says with a grin. I love her harsh kiss and bitter cold embrace. Another day's good climb. Okay, so I'm gonna do trade. So I'm okay selling the Knight Sword. Still not sure about the shield or the Valiant Aegis. I do like the idea of having the Valiant Aegis for a little while. I gotta be careful about my gold, actually, so I'll buy this, but I'm gonna buy it for the extra health. You sleep through the long, cold night. In the morning, you pack your things and continue your climb up the mountain.
Ever since I've returned to this world, I've been disappointed. The filth, the shame, the horrors dwell in the minds of men, not in the monsters in the darkness.
Westwend's only tavern, the Rusty Razor, is a safe harbor among the many dangers of the outer reaches of the Empire. Its barkeep sits outside his establishment with a look of resigned defeat. Upon your arrival, he jolts straight up, and a smile almost breaks out across his face. At last, someone from the guild is here. These Empire soldiers have almost ruined me. Before you can disagree, the owner swings open the saloon doors and pushes you inside. Inside, you discover a handful of Empire soldiers enjoying ale rather than doing their duty. The freshly invigorated barkeep hops up onto a table and shouts above the noise, "You lazy drunken deserters are done! The Stewards Guild has sent an enforcer here that now you're all going to have to get back to your post. This town needs defending." One of the soldiers rises with a slight sway. "We got 3 days until our shift ends and we return to civilization, so we're not doing any fighting unless they threaten the supply of ale, right, lads?" A raucous cheer erupts and beer tankards smash together all around. "So why don't you take your shiny lion badge and shove off?" The barkeep turns to you. "What are you gonna do?" Chat? I think I'm setting my choice here, but I'm not opposed to giving you the option. I see you have chosen the correct option. You suggest with menace that the soldiers should report to duty or they'll report to a healer. Oh dear. One for 3. Really? You guys feel that strongly about number 3? I was going to do number 1. Well, we were all wrong. I won't be threatened by the likes of you, the soldier grumbles as he rises, followed by his friends. The expansion of the Empire requires constant conscription of new blood. Soldiers block all attacks, greatly reducing their damage. Use Bash to open them up for damage.
Just once.
don't think we lost any health off of that. Achievement unlocked ninja, so... I guess the when in doubt choose C method didn't work that time. That didn't work well in school either. I am mildly curious if there is some regularity in the distribution of multiple choice answers. Okay, so I get to pick one of two. I'll probably do Healing Spirits just because I'll wind up selling the Night Sword again. Restores 10 life when activated, can be used from camp. Powerful combat item with a limited number of uses. Some potions can be consumed at camp.
There's nothing possible without healing. You and I must heal more than ourselves. We must heal this world.
As the soldiers fall under yet another blow from your weapon, the leader shouts out, "Stop! All right, we'll do our part. Just stop cracking our skulls." As though you're being stalked, the gentle northerner pilgrim emerges from the darkness, slumping down beside you. Malfredis does ever bite, he says with a grin. I love her harsh kiss and bitter cold embrace. Another day's good climb. Okay, so I'm gonna use the Healing Spirits. I'm not gonna go to full health, but I figure I'm at a point here where... Well, I just don't trust the dealer. Had a test once that was 50 true or false, but the first 49 were true and the last was false. He called us an apprentice earlier, so he's definitely got a different relationship with him than Callus had in the first game. Yeah, I mean, my guess here is that the usurper is Callus, and that the dealer is attempting to bring back what was lost once Callus had won the game or taken whatever the previous game was about. But I am assuming that we're going to see a little bit more development along that and evidence either in line with that hypothesis or against the hypothesis. A lot of doubting on that, especially when the last ends up... Yeah, no, that's one of the things I've never been crazy about for multiple choice, is that you really do kind of psych yourself out on those ones. I can't remember if there's anything for me to sell. I think I'm going to keep these. We will break camp. You sleep through the long cold night. In the morning, you pack your things and continue your climb up the mountain. Thank you, Twitch. With a little warning, a snowstorm sweeps in from the north. The snow whips against you like shards of glass and obscures your vision. You struggle to find cover. Sacre bleu. Anybody have any thoughts? Got one vote for two. Starbright! The climb becomes unbearable. You seek shelter in a cave and desperately fight off the onset of frostbite. You are alerted to the sound of shuffling footsteps. You can barely make out the silhouettes of the menacing figures who have invaded your shelter. Oh man, this is so much better than the bear. They're not the sort you'd want to be in such close quarters with.
Your artifact is empty now and will be of little use to you here.
No, I'm kidding, Starbright. You're totally fine. Winter's Bane, used to defend those in need.
Don't let them hit me. I'm too awesome for violence.
Kind of crowded in here. Oh, damn it. Leave him alone! No, I lost him.
Thank you.
I'm glad that there's a revive option. Oh god, this is costing me so much more health than the bear. Yeah, this might be it. Got through it. That is a very, very small arena to fight these guys with. As the blizzard eases, the intruders make their escape. Malaclips forages for firewood, saying, "This log is dry enough. We can set up camp here for the night."
Age turns us all. She has done rather better than I in the time that has passed.
Oh. Why, thank you, Cheese. Walking through a shady forest, you encounter a frail old maiden. She stops to greet you. "For centuries I have helped the mortals who find themselves lost in my forest. Is there anything that may help you with your journey? We could ask for supplies, longer life, or gold." I don't need chat for all of these, but I figured I'd give it a second before I move on. So I'm going to ask for an extension on my life. "May you live a long life," she says, and with a fragile wave of her hand, you feel a warm sensation through your body. Oh, really? I'm glad I've got a few surprises left in me then. As though you were being stalked, the gentle northerner pilgrim emerges from the darkness, slumping down beside you. "Mount Freydis does ever bite," he says with a grin. "I love her harsh kiss and bitter cold embrace. Another day's good climb. In my youth, I once fancied a northerner warrior. She almost cut my head off when I serenaded her." Malaclips plucks a mournful note on his lute. "Young love, hey?" Yeah, well, I was definitely expecting to get clobbered. Let's do a trade. So I'm trying to think if there's any advantage to hanging on to the healing spirits at this point. Cardinal Blade isn't worth anything to me right now, so I don't want to sell it. There are opportunities to refill some artifacts, but I don't think we'll see any in this run. Fair enough. I probably could heal a little bit more, but I do want to keep a pretty well-stocked larder, if one has a larder on a journey.
Your companion has his own story to tell. We must wonder if this is a tale of a hero or a villain.
You arrive at the city markets to meet with Malaclipse's associate. You find him sitting on a blanket by the sewer grates. You can't tell whether he's a goblin, a human, or an animate pile of greasy rags. A few wilted daisies and duckweed tied with rope are flopped on the ground around him. "Merc," Malaclips calls to the creature, arms outstretched. "I have a favor to ask of you, my handsome friend." The greasy goblin man raises a hand to stop the bard's prattle. 10 gold first, you know that." Malaclips looks at you expectantly. Chat? I think chat's feelings are basically the same as mine, which is whenever there's a chance to do something, take the opportunity. Malaclips steps forward as Merc counts the coins. "Merc, old bean." The bard looks furtively around before quickly waving at his shoulder. "I require help in removing a certain illness." Merc considers Malaclips for a while. "That kind of information costs more than a few coins." You sputter indignantly. "I require a test of skill from him." He turns and points at you. "Pick a flower and eat it." The greasy florist displays his meager wares. Malaclips nods as if it were a fair request. Our options are to eat a daisy, eat a forget-me-not, or eat the luminous purple flower. I was gonna go daisy, but we'll give it a couple seconds to see if anybody else has other go purple or go home. Is this a Twitch thing? All right. The flower has a crispy, burnt texture. 15!
Dice are a constant reminder of death. The singular is die, as I'm sure you know, and they are often called bones for the material from which they were crafted. Here, however, they may also bring a touch of life.
So close! You feel an intense wave of heat emanate from your stomach to your neck, and you collapse to the floor. You wake to Malaclips splashing you with water. Merc is left, and you see him attempting to steal a seed bun from the baker's stall. We'll come back later and try again.
Now the confrontation.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready to face the priestess of her people?
We
and drive the deal the Empire has requested?
Man,
Or will you turn and flee?
they're definitely pretty tight-fisted with the blessings. So we lost one, so we would have had 5 of 6. But yeah, we basically needed to get all of the blessings that we encountered. All right. The winds clear the dark clouds to reveal the spire of a ritual house protruding from the summit. You press on through the thick snow to find the wooden structure adorned with the spoils of war. As you enter the great hall, the towering arched doors swing open with a heavy creak. A giantess in a velvet robe enters, accompanied by raiders. I'm meeting Eyes of Sin. Malaclips bows low to the ground. My companion and I have been sent forth to discuss a truce between the Empire and Northerners, milady. Well, we missed the blessing shrine. And we lost one of the transitory ones because we nailed the die roll. But I think every opportunity to get a blessing, we succeeded. So they send me a silver-tongued devil and this mercenary, she smirks. I hope for your sake you have a decent offering. You kneel before the High Priestess. Only 4 blessings. What a pitiful effort. With a flick of her wrist, bolts of lightning strike you. For not bringing enough blessings, you have failed to win the gold token.
You still have a chance to defeat this mission. even if imperfectly.
The giantess claps, the sound ringing in the silent, cold hall. Ha! This small thing survived it. Impressive, but if you wish to speak to me of a treaty, you must prove yourself against my champion. Oof. So I'm going to equip the proper shields. I think the rest of it we're our raiders charge towards you. Probably should have been a little less tight-fisted on the healing. Berserker Champion, fierce, loyal, and relentless champion of the High Priestess. Berserker weapons are imbued with ice that slows their enemies' movement and attacks.
Why do we always end up enraging the locals? You should let me...
Ow. Ah, we were so close to getting the special. Even though you failed to bring me your offering, I'm impressed with how you wield your sword. Now hear my terms. The High Priestess draws herself up, a towering figure draped in fur and wrath. The North will never bend to the Empire. Blood for blood for blood. Those are my terms, small one. Let your leaders hear it and quake. With that, you make a quick descent to relay the message back to General Brandstrom. Alright, so we got a few tokens out of it. For besting the High Priestess's champion, we get the Humble Hammer, Berserker's Creed, and the Extinguisher. New events, Winter Solace, Burning Building, Temple Prayers, and Cartographer. And for ascending Mount Freitas, your supplies have been added to. So we have 5 supplies, a warrior's axe, and the soldier's sword. Clearing out the Rusty Razor, we get the Friendly Innkeeper. So this was, I think, something that Cheese was talking about earlier, and this is definitely one of the things I liked about the first game. So as you go through these events, some of the things that you will unlock will be sort of follow-ups. So I think the implication here with the Friendly Innkeeper card is not that we're going to run into another inn that's sort of full of drunken soldiers, but rather we're going to return to this inn, and the innkeeper is going to be on friendly terms with us because of what we had done before. And again, it's just kind of this neat idea of sort of a more persistent world. And again, it plays into the deck building thing, but I do sort of like this idea of progress as you go through your journey. And in addition, we've got take aim and uncover what lurks in Iron Peak. Rana's remarkable fishing and unrest in Iron Peak. I feel like there's a similar card in at least in terms of the design in the first one. It has been a while since I played it though, so. Oh, interesting. All right, so I think I'm done for tonight. This is wonderful. I like this game a lot. I actually regret that I did not play this sooner, because this is a really exceptional game. And again, just a quick reminder, if you want to see someone who worked on it, who is still making games, Valiant Cheese does stream somewhat regularly on their channel. They do stream game design, so you get to see them make their current game, Bonesweeper, which is sort of an interesting new spin on Minesweeper. You basically play a paleontologist, although I keep running into I run into an old habit of wanting to say archaeologist, despite the fact that it's clearly not the role for uncovering dinosaur bones. But so you collect the bones through a Minesweeper-like game, but there's another component of the game where you will reassemble the dinosaurs. So this is something that is currently in development, and there is an earlier playable version of it. I believe so. I don't think that was just to me that you gave it. Anyways, I was going to try and do that at the end of the broadcast, but I'm about an hour past where I wanted to be, and it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I have a lot that I actually need to get through today. I got caught by the time for starting the stream, and I don't want to go too late. So apologies if you were looking forward to Bonesweeper. I definitely want to do that on... I want to do something on the updated Bonesweeper, because I think I've done Bonesweeper before, but... I don't think I've touched the prototype recently, and I know you've added a lot more. But in any case, Valiant Cheese is definitely somebody that you can follow for interesting games. Certainly, Bonesweeper is not the most interesting game that they've done. It's the most recent interesting game that they've done. And so I highly recommend checking out their itch page for a bunch of things that they have either done solo or that they have collaborated on, including some games that we've done on stream, including Hive Time. We've done Away Team, and there was... why am I forgetting the third? There was a third one that we did. I thought there was, anyway. Either way. Oh yeah, Bad Egg, of course, sorry. I think I only did one at Bad Egg, that's probably why I forgot it. But again, not for disliking it. I'm really swarmed in terms of games. So let's just take a quick second here. I want to find somebody to host. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Just please keep in mind, I may not be streaming on Monday. I'd like to if I have the time and the energy for it. But it is today is a holiday as well. And it'd be nice if I kind of kept the thank you, Valiant Cheese, or Defiant Dev. Let me just take a quick second. There's a couple people streaming. The first thing I want to see is if there is another Hand of Two stream. No, okay. It's Hand of Fate 1. Okay, Brian on the Rocks just went offline. Okay, nobody playing Hand of Fate. So, I am going to leave you in the capable hands of Kilgore Trout. And Kilgore Trout is the gentleman I was referring to who has been playing the Elder Scrolls series, beginning to end. He is definitely committing to doing the whole series, so he's currently playing the Elder Scrolls Arena, and will be playing all the way to Skyrim, but I don't believe he's doing that exclusively. I know on the GOG channel he's been playing Wheel of Time and Cyberpunk 2077, and then he's also been playing, I think it's called Land of Valor or Legends of Valor. Anyways, he's definitely doing a long-term Elder Scrolls project alongside other works. Oh dear. I didn't realize there were other Hands of Fate. But yeah, I'd appreciate it if you stick around. Kilgore is definitely a bigger streamer than me, but definitely a good guy and somebody who I think is definitely worth watching. Thank you for sharing Hand of Fate with me. If you want to see more of it, I definitely am planning on streaming more of it. I might do some And what I might do is for the ones that I didn't get a gold on, I might spend some of that on my own time. I can make like a separate save for my own stuff, but I think maybe just to clean up some of the missions that I haven't done a perfect run on, I might do that on my own time. But anyways, I should shut up because the raid's almost ready to go. Again, thank you everybody for watching. May not be back on Monday. I'll announce all of that on Twitter. Failing that, I'll see some of you on Wednesday and maybe a few more of you next week. Have a great long weekend. See ya.